Sure. Please provide the Russian text you would like me to translate, and I'll be happy to assist you. Table of Contents. Click on the chapter title for quick navigation. Introduction. Sleight of Mouth is a legendary system for working with beliefs, developed by Robert Dilts and adapted by Alexander Gerasimov. This book serves as a comprehensive, in-depth guide to transforming your thinking. Within its pages, you'll discover not only theory, but also hundreds of vivid examples, dialogues, and metaphors. Chapter 1. Map and Territory 3. Chapter 2. Belief Structure 7. Chapter 3. The Art of Mind Recasting, Will, Attention, and Trance 11. Chapter 4. Intention 15. Chapter 5. Redefining, The Art of Changing Reality Through Words 18. Chapter 6. Consequences, The Temporal Carousel of the Veil 24. Chapter 7. Chunking Down, The Maze of Details 29. Chapter 8. Chunking Up, A View from the Summit 37. Chapter 9. Analogy, A Journey into the Land of Metaphors 43. Chapter 10. Change Frame Size, From Caves to Stars 49. Chapter 11. Another Outcome, The Door in the Wall 56. Part 3. Patterns of Reality and Values 62. Chapter 13. Reality Strategy, The Great Hunt for Truth 68. Chapter 14. Counterexample, The Black Swans 77. Chapter 15. Hierarchy of Criteria, The Scales of Destiny 85. Chapter 16. Apply to Self, The Mirror of Truth 94. Chapter 17. Meta Frame, The Eye of God 101. Chapter 18. Conclusion, The Final Symphony of Beliefs 115. Chapter 1. Map and Territory. Experience versus Words. My dear friends, whether you believe it or not, the greatest problem of our modern world is that we, like circus acrobats high above the ground, ignore our vestibular experience. We live in a world of words, as if it were a magical kingdom where every expression hides something mystical and extraordinarily important. Yet, more often than not, behind these words, like a curtain, lies emptiness if they lack real, lived experience. So, imagine two worlds, each existing on its own orbit. 1. Level of experience. Territory. This is what we feel, see, hear. It's physical, tangible, and at times painfully real. 2. Level of words. Map. This is how we name it, how we describe it. It's a world of metaphors, symbols, and often illusions. And here begins the real workout for our minds. Experience is not equal to words. Moreover, sometimes they are as far apart as two warring kingdoms. Take the simple word, apple. If I say apple, an image immediately sparks in your mind. Some might see a green, tart one, others a red, sweet one, and some might think of the Apple logo, which, as we know, can evoke mixed feelings, especially when it comes to the price of new devices. But let's complicate things. If I say justice or the phrase, he hurt her, what do you immediately picture? He hit the girl. He insulted her. He didn't hold the door open. He didn't reply to her message. Do you feel the difference? In the language of words, the phrase is the same, he hurt her. But at the level of experience, these can be entirely different realities. For one, hurt means physical violence. For another, it might simply mean the absence of the right emoji in a text conversation. The trap of the second signal system. We humans invented a second set of signals, speech, and this is what sets us apart from animals. Animals breathe experience, transmitting it directly, without distortion. A mother cat licks her kitten, and the kitten, looking at its mother, mimics her actions. This is direct transmission. Experience. They have no words to lie or distort. But we humans have created a brilliant yet dangerous invention. We convey experience through words. And here emerges the golden rule. Words are great servants, but terrible masters. Why? Because I can talk about things I have never experienced. I can conduct a seminar on skydiving without ever having jumped. The key is to make people believe. Friends, the most important thing is to believe in yourself. Open your heart to the sky. Just step into the abyss, and everything will work out. I'm absolutely certain I could run such a training and no one would even complain. I would convey words, but not experience. This is how many business coaches operate, teaching how to make millions without having their own business or relationship experts. Let's remember the woman who, after 5 divorces, teaches how to get married. And she even has an argument. Darling, you've been married once. I've been married 5 times. Who's the expert here? I'm 5 times more experienced. If your goal is the process of getting married, then she's your go-to. If it's about maintaining a marriage, then the questions remain. Data loss in transmission. When we try to capture our rich, multidimensional experience in flat words, we lose a tremendous amount of information. Imagine you've just completed a 5-day NLP seminar. You have insights, revelations, a mind-blowing experience. You return home and someone asks, "So, how was it?" You reply, "Amazing." You've just compressed 50 hours of unique experience into one word. Can your listener unpack everything you went through from the word amazing? Of course not. Until we become superhumans, and I believe that one day technologies for direct experience transmission, like Neuralink, will emerge, we are forced to rely on words. And here we encounter the filters of thought. Filters of thought. Human thinking can be compared to a sieve. A situation occurs, experience, we filter it through our filters, and we produce words. 2 people watch the same movie, let's say Titanic. One says, "It's a movie about great love." The other says, "It's a movie about how a ship sank due to negligence." The movie is the same, the experience, viewing, is the same, but the maps, descriptions, are different. Why? Because each has their own filters. The goal of the Language Tricks course is to learn how to clean and adjust these filters. We will learn to look at the same situation from different angles, to describe reality in a way that allows us to manage perception, both our own and that of others. Language tricks are not just a set of phrases to get by. They're strategies of thought. They are the ability to take any experience, even traumatic, and repackage it into words that make it a resource rather than a problem. Chapter Summary. 1. The map is not the territory. Words are not experience. 2. People often live in a world of words detached from experience. 3. When persuading someone, we are not working with reality, but with their description of reality. 4. Our goal is to learn to virtuously change these descriptions. Chapter 2. The structure and types of beliefs. Have you ever wondered what transforms a simple belief into a genuine conviction? How can you distinguish a true insight from the ramblings of a madman? Let's don our researcher hats and delve into the world of the experience/words matrix, where every belief is a complex web of experiences and phrases that skillfully create the illusion of stability in our minds. The belief matrix. Imagine a 2x2 table, like a chessboard, where a game is unfolding not for life, but for belief. Level has experience, no experience. Has words, belief, faith. No words, intuition/imprint, trance/void. Let's start with the most straightforward and light structure, faith. 1. Faith, words without experience. Picture yourself at a magician's show. He deftly waves his hands, distracting you from the main trick. You've been told that tying a red thread around your wrist will bring you luck. You haven't tested this, you have no statistics, but you believe. Welcome to the world of faith, the sturdiest castle in the air, where facts are unnecessary and words are the only bricks. News example. Remember how we started watching the news like thrilling movies and movies like serious news? Take Quentin Tarantino's directorial masterpiece, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Brad Pitt and Leonardo DiCaprio burn the Manson gang with a flamethrower. We sit there, popcorn crunching, thinking, yeah, that's how it happened. But in reality, that gang brutally murdered Roman Polanski's pregnant wife. Tarantino rewrote history like a seasoned historian, and now a new generation will be convinced that the hippies got what they deserved. This is how fake news works. They show a deep fake of a politician solemnly saying, "There's no money, but hang in there." Even if it's a clever splice, your attitude is already formed. You have no experience interacting with him, but the belief is already in place, like sturdy furniture in a living room. 2. Intuition/imprint, experience without words. Do you remember a moment when something whispered to you, but you couldn't explain it? You washed your car and then it started to rain. Coincidence? Maybe. You washed it a second time and again rain. You washed it a third time, downpour. You stand there, soaked like a seagull in the rain, thinking, okay, I think I understand how this universe works. This is intuition/imprint. There's experience, but no words. Like Pavlov's dog, which salivates not because it knows food is coming, but because of its past experience. 3. Trance, no experience, no words. This state is reminiscent of a moment when you sit in a cafe, absent-mindedly stirring your coffee, and suddenly realize you have no idea what you've been thinking for the last 5 minutes. It's a state of uncertainty where miracles can happen. To transform an old belief into a new one, you need to momentarily throw someone off balance, as if taking them off the brakes, and while they're in a light trance, slip in a new connection. It's like knocking the stool out from under old beliefs and immediately offering a new one. 4. Belief, experience plus words. Here we are at our destination. Belief is experience skillfully stitched together with explanation. It's like a tough nut that's not easy to crack. A belief is always an equation. A equals B, complex equivalent. A B, cause and effect. For example, if you sleep with the window open, A, you'll get sick, B, or big money, A, means big problems, B. Real-life example. A client comes to rent a space for a restaurant. He walks around, looking, and says, "Oh, the ceilings are low here." Is that a belief? No, it's a fact. The ceilings are indeed 2.5 meters high. You ask, so what? He replies, well, it feels uncomfortable to me. And that's when it clicks. Low ceilings equals uncomfortable. Now it's a belief we can work with. While he was merely stating a fact about the ceilings, arguing was pointless. Are we going to measure it with a ruler? But the connection ceiling equals comfort can be broken. Types of beliefs. Fences in your mind. Imagine your life as a map of a territory. Territory, the entire world with its millions of opportunities, money, and partners. Map, that little patch you've mastered. Fence, what separates the map from the territory. This fence consists of limiting beliefs, LB. You can't earn much through honest work. I'm not good at selling. It's too late for me to start. This is the blue fence. It protects you. From what? From the unknown. From pain. But it also keeps you away from resources. Inside the map, there are supporting beliefs. You should wear a hat in winter. You need to be polite. They help us survive and maintain stability. And then there are resourceful, expanding beliefs. These are like doors in the fence. The world is full of resources. There are no failures, only feedback. The relativity of fences. What is a ceiling for one person is a floor for another. Take $1,000. For a student in 2000, that's, oh my God, I'm rich. Life is great. Resource/dream. For a businessman in Moscow today, it's, so, is that for one dinner? Or should I save it for tea? Chump change. For a resident of a remote village, dangerous money, they'll kill for it, fear. Story about grandpa, grandma, and the blogger. I saw a video. An old man and woman are on the street, playing the accordion and singing. They're making pennies. A blogger approaches. You sing beautifully. He hands them 1,000 rubles. The grandpa perks up, rips the accordion, and the grandma hits a higher note. Excitement. The blogger gives another 5,000. The grandpa tenses up. The grandma falters. Their eyes dart around. The blogger pulls out a stack, maybe 50 or 100,000. Here, you're great. What's their reaction? The grandpa grabs the grandma. Let's get out of here. They pack up in a second and disappear. Why? Because the scale of personality couldn't handle the amount. For them, that money equals mortal danger. Their worldview, map, would burst under such a resource and a safety mechanism kicked in. Scale of personality equals volume of attention. How much of a resource, money, people, chaos, can you manage without falling apart? Oleg Bakhtiarov, I recommend his book, Active Consciousness, says that managing attention is the only skill worth developing. Everything else is derivative. If your cup of attention can hold 50k rubles, Pouring 1,000,000 into it will just spill over or break the cup. How to identify beliefs. People rarely say, write this down. I'm about to dictate my limiting beliefs. But the ears of beliefs are always sticking out. Let's first understand where to look. 3 layers of truth. 1. Public layer. This is the showcase. What you would share in an interview with Ksenia Sobchak. I achieved everything through hard work, believing in my dream. The story of Tatiana Bakelchuk, Wildberries, in her first interviews. I personally delivered packages on the metro. It sounds nice, but often it's not the whole truth. They don't talk about the husband or resources. 2. Personal layer. What you would tell a friend over a drink or your doctor/lawyer. Honestly, I just got lucky with my partner. 3. Subpersonal layer. What you even hide from yourself. This is the level of insight. I hold on to this job because I'm afraid I'm not needed. We need to get to that subpersonal layer. So, here are 6 ways to identify beliefs. 1. Marking emotions. Listen to the body and voice. A person emphasizes significant words. Well, with work right now. Heavy sigh, gloomy face, it's tough. Where there's emotion, there's value. Where there's value, there's a belief. 2. Advice and teachings. When someone is teaching someone else about life. Son, don't stick your neck out. Initiative punishes the initiator. In that moment, the person is projecting their boundaries onto you. 3. Modal operators. Words must, can't, forbidden, impossible. I can't charge clients a lot of money. Why? Because they'll run away. 4. Explanatory note. The method of Alunica Dobrovolskaya. Ask a person to imagine they've died and are standing before Apostle Peter. The apostle asks, listen, you're smart, beautiful, healthy. Why didn't you become a millionaire? Why weren't you happy? And they need to write an explanatory note. Why there's no result. The first 5 minutes will be the showcase, public layer, I didn't have time crisis. But then the truth will flow. Example, a girl at a training session in Ljubljana. She wrote and wrote, then suddenly burst into tears. She remembered how her grandmother used to stroke her head and say, sweetheart, you're not pretty. And money is only for the beautiful. So you'll have to work hard. Belief, I'm ugly equals no money. There's no logic. But for her, it was the truth. As soon as she realized it, she enrolled in a modeling school, and within a month, she was walking the runway. 5. What's the reason? Chain down. We take a problem. I have no money. What's the reason? I work too little. What's the reason? Laziness. What's the reason? And so we go down to the imprint, the first event. Story about mom and the piggy bank. A guy and a girl in a consultation. Both had their mom find their stash and take the money when they were kids. Girl, conclusion, saving is useless. They'll take it anyway. Limiting, strategy to spend everything. Guy, conclusion, I need to hide it better. Resourceful/strategy of diversification. He became an investor, spreading his money everywhere, in crypto, cash, stocks. If they come, they won't find it all. The event was the same, different beliefs. 6. Projective test. We ask not about the person but about a third party. Hey, why is Peter, so talented, still poor? The person will start talking about themselves. Well, he's probably afraid of responsibility. Noted. Story about the yacht in St. Petersburg. We're walking with friends along the embankment, and there's a gorgeous black yacht, lights on. I ask, I wonder what they're doing there? First friend, well, it's obvious. St. Petersburg is the drug capital. They're snorting cocaine. Second friend, no way. There are prostitutes. An orgy. Third friend, come on. These are rich people. They're sitting, drinking expensive cognac and watching training sessions. Everyone saw their own map in the yacht's windows. This is projection. Ask a girl, look, that dog is running, looking sad. What do you think it's thinking? It's lonely, it wants someone to hug it. Congratulations, you just learned what the girl wants. Now that we know how to identify beliefs, it's time to move on to how to change them. But first, about your own state. Chapter 3. The Art of Mind Recasting, Will, Attention, and Trance, State Management. Ladies and gentlemen, Before we embark on our journey into the boundless depths of the art of verbal manipulation, allow me to share a small yet profoundly enlightening story. Picture this. You are a deft illusionist, poised to unveil a grand show. Your hands gracefully hover over a hat, from which a rabbit is about to emerge. But suddenly, instead of a single spectator, you find yourself facing an entire army of skeptics, wielding the sacred sword of criticism and the shield of undeniable doubt. Herein lies a crucial question. How do you convince these guardians of reason that your trick is not merely an optical illusion? The answer is simple. You must transport them into a state of altered consciousness, where their defenses weaken. Metamorphoses in the Fortress of the Mind, a tale of the guardian and the treasure chamber. Now, envision the human psyche as a majestic fortress perched upon a cliff, outlining the horizons of our inner worlds. Within this fortress lies a secret chamber, the treasure chamber, where all the most vital riches are stored, beliefs, values, strategies. But accessing these treasures is no easy feat. Standing guard is the tireless sentinel, consciousness, watching your every move, critically evaluating every word. This guardian is like a stern gatekeeper, always on high alert. You need to work harder. And here the guardian halts. Why should I exactly? The belief doesn't pass. By our drill, it's the best. And again, too expensive. What gives you such confidence? Rejection. Thus, our task is to bypass this guardian. How? My dear friends, the answer is straightforward. Distract him or, even better, lull him to sleep. Once the guardian is distracted or dozing off, the gates to the treasure chamber swing open. And here is where the real magic begins, what we call trance. Trance, natural magic. Let's dispel a couple of myths. When we talk about trance, envision not a magician with a pendulum in hand, but an ordinary person lost in thought. Trance is a state we enter daily, dozens of times. How? Here are some relatable examples. You're riding in an elevator, absent-mindedly watching the floor indicator, forgetting why you even pressed the button. You're reading a book, and suddenly someone calls your name, but you don't even hear them. Your gaze is fixed on your phone screen, and the world around you fades away. When a person zones out, their guardian momentarily steps out for a smoke break. And that's the moment when the gates to consciousness swing wide open, and the language patterns come into play. This is the art of creating microtrances, those mental pauses that momentarily blow the mind or break habitual patterns. Self-management, the art of will and attention. Now that we know how to lull the guardian to sleep, we need to figure out how to remain hyperstable ourselves. Picture a conductor leading an orchestra. If his baton trembles, the musicians will start to play out of tune. The same applies here. If your voice quivers and your eyes dart around the room, your conversation partner will sense danger. Tension. Close the gates. And this is where Oleg Bakhtiarov's formula comes to the rescue. I equals will plus attention. Imagine attention as a powerful spotlight illuminating everything it shines upon. And will is the hand holding that spotlight. Most people are like a flashlight in the wind, sometimes shining on, oh, my head hurts, and other times on, oh, the news is bad. But the master of language patterns holds the spotlight with an iron grip. You choose a target, changing a belief, and maintain focus until you achieve the desired outcome. Exercise for the master. Focusing on a point. Pick a point on the wall and focus on it for 5 minutes. Think only about that point. As soon as your mind starts to wander and you catch yourself thinking about what's for dinner or why is my nose itching, calmly redirect your attention back to the point. If you can't manage your attention for 5 minutes, how do you expect to manage the consciousness of others? Rapport, the in-group technology. Now, to get the guardian to start listening to you, you need to become one of them. Rapport is not just a friendly smile and nods. It's a biological tuning into your conversation partner's wavelength. 1. Posture. Sit like your conversation partner. 2. Breathing. Sync with their breathing rhythm. 3. Voice. Match their tempo and volume. 4. Values. Identify shared values and emphasize them. Without rapport, any technique will be perceived as aggression or manipulation. With rapport, You can say the most incredible things, and the person will still nod in agreement. Yes, yes, how wise. For the unconscious mind, in group equals safe equals right. And so, my friends, the magic of language patterns begins as you become the conductor of human consciousness, lulling the guardian to sleep and opening the gates to the treasure chamber. May each of your steps be light, and every word be a precise hit on target. Chapter 4. Intention. Behind every behavior lies a positive intention. Imagine this. You're standing on a grand stage, and before you is a packed auditorium. The spotlight is blinding, but you know you're here for a reason. You have an important mission. You want to convey to everyone that behind every action lies an intention. It's like when you were a child and your parents would say, "He's just acting out, not because he's bad, but because he's trying to explain something." It's like trying to understand why cats knock things off tables, not because they're evil, but because it's their way of exploring the world. 36 plots and 1 intention. In dramaturgy, there's a theory by Georges Polti that states there are only 36 dramatic plots. All plays, novels, and films are merely variations of these basic frameworks. Whether it's Romeo and Juliet or Titanic, the settings may differ, but the essence remains the same: love, obstacles, tragedy. The same principle applies to communication. There could be a million situations: an argument in the kitchen, negotiations in the office, a conflict in line. But the intentions behind people's behaviors are quite limited. Once you grasp this plot, you stop reacting to the settings, the shouting, the accusations, and start engaging with the essence. Masterclass on intention. Now, picture this. You're in the kitchen. Water is boiling for coffee. Soft music plays on the radio, and you're standing, lost in thought, gazing out the window. Suddenly, a loud voice erupts from the next room. Someone is clearly irritated. It could be a roommate who can't find their favorite mug, or a child demanding a new toy. The immediate question arises: why are they acting this way? They don't want to ruin your morning, do they? Of course not. They simply need your help, attention, or understanding. It's crucial not to focus on the behavior, but to shift your focus to the intention. It's like in The Sims, when a character starts acting strangely, but if you look closely, they just need to use the bathroom. A story about a coffee shop in a hospital. Let's dive into an intriguing story that unfolded during one of my seminars. Imagine you've decided to open a small coffee shop in the heart of a hospital. You stand there with a piece of paper, pondering, how can I attract people here? The first thought: offer something delicious, quick, and affordable. But this isn't McDonald's, where everything is rushed. This is a hospital, and the mood of the people is entirely different. Think about how you feel in a hospital: a bit lost, perhaps even slightly depressed. You don't need fireworks and upbeat rhythms. You want something calm and cozy, like the Beatles yesterday. And so, the coffee shop owners begin to realize, it's not just about the coffee. It's about offering people what they truly need. They start searching for the client's intentions. Perhaps it's a weary doctor who desperately needs a coffee after a night shift, or a visitor who has come to see a relative and wants some time alone. The art of shifting focus. When you understand that quick and cheap isn't a magic phrase, but merely a facade, you begin to seek the true values of your clients. This brings to mind a wonderful situation involving one of the seminar participants. She suggested the slogan, "as cozy as home." But think about it, who would want to feel at home in a place filled with the smells of medicine and white coats? It's like being invited for tea in a laboratory. You need to look for something different. For instance, we have fresh options. It's like opening your fridge and seeing fresh vegetables. You immediately want to whip up something delicious and healthy. Or we keep it clean. Yes, cleanliness is important in a hospital. And so, step by step, the true intention is born. Here, you can refuel with fresh food to have the strength to support your loved ones. Now that sounds like a genuine ode to care and attention. The pyramid of values from Maslow to infinity. To accurately hit the intention, it's helpful to know a bit about the pyramid of values. Picture it like a staircase from Jumanji, from basic needs like food and sleep to higher ones like creativity and mission. It's as if you started with making a simple omelet and ended up creating a culinary masterpiece. Isn't it fascinating why people smoke? Some do it for relaxation, others enjoy being part of a group, and some feel a bit like Clint Eastwood, holding a cigarette with the air of someone who just saved the world. The secret technique, recruitment. Imagine a secret agent with an earpiece teaching you how to connect people's values with yourself. It's like in the movies, where the hero uses hypnotic gestures to make people believe and follow him. But in real life, it's a bit simpler. It's the art of calibration. You just need to ask someone what justice or love means to them. At that moment, they might look away, perhaps glancing up and to the left. And now, pay attention to the magic of gestures. You pretend to take that value from their space and bring it to your heart. It's like a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat, but instead of a rabbit, it's feelings and beliefs. You're essentially saying, this value is important to me too, and your conversation partner begins to associate you with what matters to them. This even works with objects. For instance, if you're selling a contract, you can assign it reliability and offer it to the client. Algorithm for working with intention. Imagine you're a knight setting out on a quest for truth. Your weapon is attention, and your shield is kindness. So, what should you do? 1. Ignore the rapper. When someone shouts or complains, let their words wash over you. 2. Ask yourself why. What good does this person want for themselves? 3. Reflect their intention back to them. When someone says, "You never listen to me," you respond, "Am I right in understanding that it's important for you that I hear and understand you?" Picture yourself as Zinedine Zidane, but instead of heading the ball, you gently place your hand over your heart. This gesture expresses sincerity and a desire to understand rather than to fight. It's like hugging a friend instead of arguing with them. And just like that, you're no longer just a listener. You're a true ally in the world of intentions and values. Case study: Negotiating with God. In our seminars, we often analyze a case we casually refer to as negotiating with God. It's a metaphor for communicating with someone who holds absolute power in a given context, a business owner, a strict boss, or even fate. The layman's mistake, the weaker side, is to start bargaining or setting conditions. If you don't raise my salary, I'll leave. This is amusing to God. A lightning bolt will strike faster than you finish your sentence. God's strategy. 1. Set the agenda. You have 5 minutes, then I'll make my decision. Whoever sets the rules controls the communication. 2. State the consequences. Calmly and inevitably. Don't threaten emotionally. Inform them of what will happen. 3. Create reality. Declare how it will be. You either work under these conditions or not at all. Layman's strategy. If you're in a weak position, your task is not to clash strength against strength you'll lose, but to use role rapport. 1. Acknowledge greatness. Ivan Ivanovich, you built this empire. I admire you. This isn't flattery, it's recognizing the real hierarchy. 2. Second position. I look at you and want to learn how to manage affairs like you do. You become a student, not an enemy. 3. Gentle reframing. For example, if you're accused, I didn't steal the database. I took it home to work on it because I care about our business. But if even I, a simple manager, could do this, what does that say about our security gaps? This way, you transform anger into mentorship or collaboration. Pattern profile and professions. This pattern thrives in empathetic and accepting individuals, those best described by the character of Leopold the cat. Guys, let's live in harmony. They are gentle, non-confrontational, and inclined to seek a deeper meaning behind actions rather than blame. Their core values include peace, harmony, understanding, safety, and acceptance. A characteristic gesture is an open palm pressed to their heart or chest, a gentle forward lean, nodding nonverbal codes of sincerity rather than pressure. It's important not to confuse this profile with aggressive force. Intention disarms through softness. This language focus is professionally embedded in psychologists, negotiators, mediators, psychotherapists, and defense attorneys, as well as those working in client-oriented professions and sales. Salespeople need to capture and utilize the client's intentions, whether it's the desire to find a good deal or the need for special treatment. This way, they can offer the best product or service, guided by a genuine understanding of the client's needs and motives. Humanistic utilization, guru's strategy. The wise use of this pattern lies in the ability not just to identify potential intentions of the interlocutor, but also to help them realize them. This requires a non-aggressive approach, where the focus is on expanding the interlocutor's worldview. By using this language focus, one can gently cash in on hidden requests and needs of the interlocutor, transforming their experience into a more positive interaction. The main goal is to understand the underlying intention, which can lead to constructive dialogue and mutual enrichment. Examples: non-combat. 1. Life situation. A. He acts like I'm nobody here. B. Maybe he's trying to convey something important to you. What do you think he might be trying to achieve? 2. Work dialogue. A. Our clients are constantly complaining about the quality. B. That might be their way of asking us to be more attentive. How do you think we can improve their experience? 3. Relationships. A. You always come home so late, as if you don't care about us. B. I think you want to spend more time together. Maybe we can find some time to be closer. 4. Business situation. A. This supplier always lets us down with deadlines. B. Maybe they need more resources to meet the deadlines. What do you think we can do to help improve the delivery process? These examples illustrate how to harness the energy of persuasion for a deeper understanding of intentions and needs, transforming conflictual or stressful situations into opportunities for growth and collaboration. Dialogues and analyses. The money metaphor. From the seminar transcript. Often, to understand intention, it's necessary to explore the metaphor in which a person lives. Here's an example of a dialogue where we uncover attitudes toward money through metaphor. Participant: money for me is like air. Trainer: okay, money is air. Where is your eye in this metaphor? Participant: well, I breathe this air. Trainer: now imagine that the air becomes half as much. What then? Participant pauses. It would be very bad. I'd start to suffocate. I'd frantically look for a place to breathe. Trainer: and what if the air increases 5-fold? Participant laughs. Well, that's strange. Hyperventilation? I'd get dizzy. Analysis. Notice that the metaphor money as air limits the person's intention to have a lot of money. You need just enough air to survive. More air isn't needed and can even be harmful. Less is deadly. The intention here is survival and maintaining the norm, not accumulation or growth. Another example. Participant: money is a tool. A hammer. Trainer: aha. And where are you? Participant: I walk around with a hammer looking for nails. Trainer: what if there are half as many nails? Participant: I'd look for another job. Maybe I'd grab a saw. Trainer: and what if there are 10 times more hammers? Participant: why would I need 10 hammers? I'm just one person. Analysis. Here, the intention is to be useful, to get the job done. Money, tools, is only needed for specific tasks. The intention to have capital is absent here. This method of exploring metaphors helps uncover the true, deeper intentions of a person, which are often hidden behind beautiful words. Intention pattern map. Working scheme of the pattern. Refer to it when practicing the technique. This section is structured according to the formal model of the pattern and is intentionally presented dryly, like a blueprint next to a painting. Definition and presupposition. Strict definition. The separation of behavior from the positive intention behind it. The search for secondary gain. Basic presupposition. Behind every behavior lies a positive intention. Any behavior serves some useful purpose for the person. Main function. To identify and articulate the positive goal motivating the person's behavior or belief in order to change their perception. Application goal. To shift attention from negative behavior or statement to the positive intention behind it. Shifting focus of attention. Where we shift from where we shift to. Question: what's happening? Behavior: why are you doing this? For what? Goal. Orientation problem/action solution/deep goal. Type of thinking: surface/reactive, deep/proactive. Psychological basis. The pyramid of logical levels, transitioning from the behavior level to the values level. Why it bypasses resistance. Using the presupposition of positive intention reduces defensive reactions as the person feels understood and accepted. Operational algorithm. 1. Listen to the statement. Carefully listen to the negative statement or complaint. 2. Ask about the goal. Ask yourself or the interlocutor, what positive goal is he pursuing with this behavior, or what does he want to achieve? 3. Formulate the positive intention. Articulate the identified positive intention by rephrasing the negative into a positive goal, for example, you want. 4. Offer an alternative, optional. Suggest another way to fulfill this intention that would be more constructive. Linguistic markers. Say, I understand that you want. You're doing this too. Your goal. In reality, you care about. For what? You want to achieve. Avoid leads to another pattern or destroys the effect. Why do you? You must. That's bad. Trigger words for recognizing the pattern in someone else's speech. Want, main marker, in order to, goal. Negation words, I don't like that word. Desire, I'm not saying. You want, you strive, it's important to you. Your goal, you do this too. Your intention, I want, you know, you think, it seems to you, I'd like to, I need. You were afraid, you knew, you lacked imagination. Nonverbal cues. Open palms, demonstrating acceptance. A gentle forward lean, showing interest. A hand pressed to the heart/chest, sincerity, acceptance. Overall picture. Hand to heart/chest, soft voice, embracing, gesture, nodding, friendly facial expressions. Application scenarios. Conflict. The opponent shows aggression. Instead of responding with aggression, say, I understand that you're shouting because you want to be heard and resolve this issue as quickly as possible. Negotiations/conflict. Proposal to turn hostility into a peaceful resolution, for example, friendly wager. Any proposal for peace or friendship, Leopold the cat, is an intention, as it declares a positive goal for interaction, even if it formally changes the frame. Sales. The client objects to the price. By saying this is expensive, you probably want to ensure that you're getting the best quality for your money and not overpaying. Therapy/coaching. A person criticizes themselves. Your self-criticism might be an attempt to improve and avoid mistakes in the future. Training dialogues. You're late. I wanted to finish an important task so we wouldn't be interrupted later. You hurt my feelings. I just wanted to be honest with you so that there are no secrets between us. This is too expensive. You want to be sure that this investment will pay off? Mom warned me. Your mom, saying this, wanted to protect you from mistakes and pain because she loves you. It's your fault. By saying this, that person might have wanted you to take responsibility and become stronger. You're just like your father. Are you saying this because you want to see the same strong qualities in me, or are you afraid of making the same mistakes? Do you want safety? How the pattern sounds in different psychotypes. Schizoid, focus on safety and understanding meaning. Paranoid, focus on power, control, and goals. Hyperthymic, focus on joy, freedom, and communication. Epileptoid, focus on order, rules, and stability. Profile of the pattern bearer. Traits. Empathetic understanding, Leopold the cat, peacemaker, seeking deeper meaning, non-confrontational, kind, accepting, gentle. Values. Peace, harmony, understanding, safety, deep motives, acceptance, kindness, meaning. Professions. Psychologists, negotiators, mediators, psychotherapists, defense attorneys. Recognizable images. Leopold the cat, guys, let's live in harmony, Carlson, I just wanted the best, Mother Teresa. Boundaries of the pattern, what it's confused with. Important. 1. If a statement links external behavior with internal state/motive, for example, you're silent equals you don't trust, this is intention, not complex equivalent. 2. Mind reading, attributing knowledge of emotions or thoughts to the interlocutor. You know that you think, is classified as intention, as it's a way to implant a motive. Definition from the seminar, intention is the answer to the question, why? It's the search for a positive goal and the implanting of values. 3. Important distinction from the hierarchy of criteria. Intention can be directed not only at justifying past actions, but also at motivating future actions through direct articulation of desires, marked by the verb want. If it sounds like you want, this is mind reading and goal implantation, meaning it's intention. Utilization and connections. How they respond to this pattern. Paradox, intention. I want good for you, paradox. By killing me, reframing. This isn't anger, it's passion. Analogy in analogy. Using metaphors to illustrate intention, for example, this is like a cry for help. Reality strategy. Checking whether behavior truly achieves the stated goal. Typical connections. Intention reframing, do you want safety? So, stability is important to you. Intention consequences, do you want to save? But what will this lead to in the future? Related techniques. NLP, 6-step reframing, parts integration. Others, active listening. Training. Exercise, why? For every action, ask the question, why, until you find the positive. Exercise advocate, find justification for any crime/misdeed. Chapter 5, Redefining, the art of changing reality through words. You're late. I'm not late. I was delayed. My friends, allow me to invite you on an extraordinary journey through the labyrinth of words and meanings, where each step leads to the discovery of new facets of reality. Imagine that every word is not just a collection of letters, but a true metaphorical magnifying glass through which we view the world. Today, we will dive into the topic of redefining, this linguistic sleight of hand that allows us to see the old from a new angle. The magic of words, how to change the world without leaving your seat. When we talk about words, I can't help but recall the story of my friend Sergey. Sergey was a jack of all trades, but with a personality like a living alarm clock, always punctual, yet sometimes annoying. One day, he was late to a meeting, and when I chastised him for it, he replied with an unflappable demeanor, "I'm not late. I was delayed." What did Sergey do here? He took one word and replaced it with another, and voila, he was no longer the villain, but a victim of circumstances. Story. When a scout becomes a spy. Imagine a clearing where two brothers have gathered. One is a hero, and the other a villain. The hero is a scout, gathering information for the greater good, while the villain is a spy, weaving intrigues against us. Yet, before you stands the same person. Visually, he's just a man in a long coat with binoculars. But when we label him as a scout or a spy, the world instantly divides into us and them. What about frugality and greed? These are two sides of the same coin. It's like standing in front of a mirror. On one side is a person proud of their frugality, and on the other, the same person now branded as greedy. This is the essence of redefining. We choose what kind of hero the character in our story will be. From softening to hardening, when words are weapons. Let's turn to the world of law, where both lawyers and prosecutors master the art of redefining. In the Soviet Union, for example, the death penalty was given the euphemistic title of the highest measure of social protection. It's as if we transformed the grim and foreboding execution into something more noble, almost like a blanket shielding society from wrongdoers. The essence of the action remains the same, but the moral context changes dramatically. Now, picture a vivid window on the boundary of the Overton window, where black gradually becomes white. This is a kind of analog shift, where you subtly move something from one category to another. Imagine you're in a museum where each painting is the same piece of art, but with each step, the color palette changes so much that by the end of the tour, you're discussing an entirely different artwork. Case study: infidelity, physiology, and life lessons. Let's envision a scene from family life. A husband has cheated on his wife, and there he stands before her, filled with guilt and fear. If he opens his mouth and says, "Infidelity is okay," he might just get a frying pan to the head. But what if he employs the gradient of redefining? 1. Infidelity. Yes, it sounds like a sentence, a curse that cannot be lifted. 2. Physiology. Well, instincts had a drink. Who among us is without sin? We're all human, and sometimes physiology takes over. 3. Mistake. Everyone makes mistakes, it's normal. As they say, The only one who doesn't make mistakes is the one who does nothing. 4. Accident. Didn't mean to, didn't foresee it, but it happened. Fate, as they say, is unpredictable. 5. Lesson. I've learned how easy it is to lose everything. It's like getting slapped by life, and it's known to be a tough teacher. 6. Proof of value. Now I know for sure that I love only you. Paradoxically, sometimes it's the crisis that helps us realize our true feelings. How does this work? We simply took the word infidelity and transformed it into proof of love. Does it sound cynical? Perhaps. But this is precisely how lawyers, politicians, and diplomats operate. They don't change the facts. They change the names of the facts until they become convenient. How to become a master of redefining? Well, as they say, if you want to be a master, practice. In this field, the best training is a word game. Download a thesaurus and just play with words. How can you say hello in 10 different ways? You'll discover that even the simplest greeting can take on new hues. How do you label a problem? Oh, that's a real adventure. It can be a task, a challenge, a situation, or a difficulty. The richer your vocabulary, the easier it is to paint reality in the color you desire. And don't forget about gestures. Imagine you're molding something from clay, gently shaping the boundaries in the air with your hands. This isn't just a gesture, it's an invitation to your conversation partner to engage in a game where there are no rigid frames. Everything flows, everything changes. In conclusion, friends, remember that life is not just what happens to us, but how we name it. Through redefining, you can become the magician of your own perception and gift this world new meanings. Pattern profile and professions. A person who frequently employs the redefining pattern typically possesses traits such as flexibility, cunning, and cleverness. They often exude confidence, skillfully manipulating words to conceal or transform their true message. These individuals often crave control and security, using wordplay as a tool to achieve their goals. They may maintain eye contact, but their gestures might reveal subtle signs of manipulation, like twisting the knob of a receiver or gently swaying their body. This linguistic trick is professionally built in among lawyers and diplomats. Lawyers use redefining to present facts in the light most favorable to their client, transforming accusations into innocence or downplaying the significance of evidence. Diplomats, in turn, manipulate words to ease tensions in international relations, create flexible interpretations of agreements, or soften statements. Humanistic utilization, Guru's strategy. By using redefining in a humanistic way, we can help people rethink their limiting beliefs or negative situations. Instead of wielding words as weapons, we can inspire new possibilities. It's like Aikido in communication. We redirect the energy of persuasion to open up more positive perspectives and stimulate growth. Examples, non-combat. 1. In relationships. A. You always criticize me. B. Maybe I just want to help you see your strengths. 2. In business. A. Our project is a failure. B. It seems we've identified approaches that aren't working. Let's focus on what we can improve. 3. In personal development. A. I'm too weak to overcome this. B. This could be a great opportunity to discover your inner strength. 4. At work. A. This task is beyond me. B. Perhaps it will help us uncover your hidden talents or learning abilities. The goal is not to obscure reality, but to show how new formulations can present a situation rich with opportunities for growth and change. Redefining allows you not only to twist the knob of the receiver, opening new channels, but also to invite your conversation partner to a deeper level of awareness. Pattern map, redefining. Working scheme of the pattern. Refer to it when practicing the technique. This section is structured according to the formal model of the pattern and is intentionally presented dryly, like a blueprint next to a painting. Definition and presupposition. Strict definition. Replacing a word with a synonym that carries a different connotation. Working with the semantic core. Basic presupposition. Words are labels. By changing the label, word, we change the perception of the content, experience. Main function. Changing the meaning of a situation by selecting different words to describe the same fact. It's not X, it's Y. Goal of application. To replace one of the words in a statement with a synonym that has a different emotional tone, positive or negative, thereby altering the meaning of the entire statement. Shift of focus. Where we're redirecting from where we're redirecting to. Question: what is it called now? Label 1. What else can it be called? Label 2. Orientation, negative connotation / limitation, positive connotation / resource. Type of thinking, rigid / template, flexible / linguistic. Psychological basis. Euphemisms, softening, and dysphemisms, intensifying negativity. Working with the semantic field of a word. Why it circumvents resistance. A person agrees that the fact occurred, but is compelled to accept a new interpretation of that fact through a new word. Operational algorithm. 1. Identify the key word. Find the word in the statement that carries the main negative load. Criterion. 2. Select a synonym. Choose a synonym for this word that has a more positive or desired meaning. It's not greed, it's. 3. Rephrase. State the phrase with the new word, maintaining the structure, it's not A, it's B, or simply using the new word in context. Linguistic markers. Say, it's not, it's. In other words, to be more precise, I would call it. If we're being exact, avoid leads to another pattern or destroys the effect. It's the same thing. In order to. For the purpose of. My goal is. I do this for. Trigger words for recognizing the pattern in other speech. It's not X, it's Y. In other words, otherwise speaking, essentially, in fact, it's not, it's, rather, or better to say, I would call it, in another way, to put it mildly. Nonverbal communication. Gestures of weighing one hand up, the other down, or sweeping away the old and offering the new. Horizontal movements of the hands as if aligning. Overall picture. Head shaking, weighing, hand gestures, this goes here, that goes there. A sly smile, Odessa, intonation, questioning affirmation. Application scenarios. Sales. The client says, too expensive. It's not expensive, it's exclusive / premium. You're paying for status. Relationships. A partner accuses of jealousy. It's not jealousy, it's my concern for our closeness and boundaries. Management. An employee says, I didn't make it. So you adjusted the project deadline? Training dialogues. You're greedy. I'm not greedy, I'm frugal and resourceful. She's hysterical. She's not hysterical, she's just very emotional and passionate. We failed the project. We didn't fail, we gained valuable experience and tested a hypothesis that didn't work. You're lying to me. I'm not lying. I'm just withholding unnecessary details to avoid upsetting you, to protect you. This is a mess. This isn't a mess, it's creative chaos. How the pattern sounds in different psychotypes. Schizoid uses complex, scientific terms for redefining. Paranoid redefines for their benefit, changing the meaning to a more correct one. Hyperthymic uses playful, light synonyms. Profile of a pattern bearer. Traits. Diplomatic, Jew from Odessa, humor, cunning, translator, clever, flexible, precise with words, market seller, manipulator of words. Values. Precision, benefit, flexibility of interpretation, vocabulary, context. Professions. Diplomats, marketers, copywriters, translators, lawyers, salespeople, Odessa type. Recognizable images. Odessa anecdotes. You're not greedy. You're resourceful, Carlson. I'm not fat. I'm moderately plump. Politicians, not theft, but misallocation of resources. Boundaries of the pattern, what it's confused with. Important. If the new word is not an evaluative synonym, but an indisputable fact, proper name, brand, geolocation, this is the reality strategy pattern. If renaming shifts the focus to the goal, I'm not just labeling, I'm making a move, this is the other result pattern. Utilization and connections. How they respond to this pattern. Intention. I'm not angry you want to seem kind. Metaframe. It's just that you call it that. Analogy and analogy. Using comparisons for redefining. It's not a failure. It's like stumbling before a jump. Reality strategy. Clarifying the definition of a word. What exactly do you mean by laziness? Maybe it's rest? Typical connections. Redefining intention. It's not anger, it's passion. Why do you need such passion? Redefining analogy. It's not a mess, it's creativity, like an artist in a studio. Adjacent techniques. NLP. Content reframing, one-word reframing. Others. Euphemisms, newspeak. Training. Play the synonyms game. Name a word and find 3 positive and 3 negative synonyms for it. Exercise, Diplomat's Dictionary. Chapter 6. Consequences. The temporal carousel of the veil. If you do this, it will lead to a familiar phrase, isn't it? But what if, with every action you take, you weren't just walking through life, but conducting an entire orchestra of future events, like a great composer weaving together the highs and lows of fate? This is the language pattern known as consequences. Introduction to the language pattern. Consequences, a journey into the depths of time. Imagine a time machine nestled in your mind, where every little thing done here and now can spark the beginning of a grand epic. This is what the language pattern consequences is all about, the art and science of peering into the future and programming it in the present. Like a seasoned conductor, you can foresee where a particular action will lead and direct your efforts toward areas that will yield the greatest benefit. Core idea, the symphony of the future. A leads to be. Simple yet powerful, this statement can transport us from the murky waters of abstraction to the crystal-clear rivers of specific outcomes. It's like chess. Every move, no matter how trivial it may seem, opens the door to new possibilities or threatens to plunge the game into disaster. Planning horizon, from coffee grounds to the stars. Defining the horizon, observing the time birds. Our journey into the future begins with the planning horizon. This term, like a bold bird soaring in the skies, allows us to look far ahead, beyond today. The grandeur and significance of the planning horizon define the scale of our thinking. Tactical horizon. Today, tomorrow, what sauce should I choose for my pasta? Should I sleep on my right or left side? Operational horizon. Month, year, should I buy a new car to get to work faster than I would on a turtle? Strategic horizon. 10 to 20 years and beyond, what legacy will I leave on this planet? Where will my descendants go? The further we can look ahead, the more significant our persona becomes. As Vladimir Putin once said, in Russia, the planning horizon sometimes shrinks to 10 minutes. But a true leader gazes centuries into the future, of course, unless distracted by more pressing matters, like choosing the color of a tie. A story for reflection. The Oaks of Westminster Abbey, a saga of long-term thinking. Let's mentally transport ourselves to London, where the famed Westminster Abbey holds a history rich with wisdom and foresight. Picture a hall adorned with massive oak beams that began to rot in the 20th century. The question arose, where to find oaks for replacement? Archives revealed that timber had once been sourced from a specific county. Imagine the surprise when the forester reported they had been waiting for their visit for 3 centuries. It turns out that the foresters of that time, aware of the finite nature of timber, planted a new avenue of oaks so that future generations could effortlessly replace the beams. This is not just an example of strategic thinking, it's a lesson for all of us. Plant your tree today, so that future generations can marvel at its grandeur. How to apply consequences, the art of creating serenity from chaos. When someone is stubbornly stuck in the minutiae of the present, expand their boundaries to the future, as if revealing a panorama of a majestic landscape. Example 1. Client and cost. Client, this is expensive. You, if we save now by buying materials that will fall apart at the first yawn, what will happen in 3 years? We'll have to redo the entire renovation. Or would you prefer to pay twice for the same pleasure? Example 2. Child and English language. Child, I don't want to learn English. You, imagine this. At 20, you find yourself in New York and the only thing you can say is, please, give me a donut. Do you want to be a savvy cosmopolitan or just a donut lover? Gestures of consequences, the dance of the future at your fingertips. To amplify the effect, use cutting hand movements along an imaginary timeline. For most people, this line runs left to right, past on the left, future on the right, or back to front. Point your hand forward, there, into the future, and there will be the result. If you want to connect the present with the future, Make gestures that unify these 2 points, like a conductor directing the melody of time in the right direction. These methods not only allow you to predict the future, but actively shape it, harnessing the power of words and imagination. Become a master of influence, and you can change not only your future, but also the future of others, adding strokes of beauty and harmony, like an artist painting the canvas of life in vibrant, rich hues. Profile of the pattern and professions. A person who frequently employs the language pattern of consequences possesses a set of characteristics that make them cautious and farsighted. Such individuals tend to analyze current events closely, calculating possible future scenarios and choosing actions that offer maximum safety and stability. They are conscientious and rarely act impulsively, preferring to think through each step. Among their core values are control, stability, and development. Their gestures often relate to the timeline, as if demonstrating a chain of events. This language pattern is professionally embedded in specialists working in planning-related fields, such as project managers and logisticians. These professions require the ability to forecast potential consequences of current activities and make decisions that ensure smooth processes and the overall stability of the system. Humanistic utilization, guru's strategy. The focus on consequences can serve not only as a tool for predicting future events, but also as a means to help others see and understand the trajectory of their actions. It's essential to use this pattern to broaden a person's perception, exploring both positive and potentially negative possible outcomes. From a humanistic perspective, this is not about manipulating fears, but about wise guidance, gently directing a person's attention toward the long-term implications of their decisions. Examples: non-combat. 1. Business. A. If we continue working with this supplier, we might start experiencing delivery delays. B. What do you think we can do to ensure reliability in our supplies regardless? Perhaps we should consider diversifying our sources. 2. Personal relationships. A. If we move to another city, I'm afraid our kids will lose all their friends. B. Interesting point. What do you think could help our children adapt faster and make new friends in a new place? 3. Self-development. A. If I spend a year learning a new profession, what will happen to my current career? B. That's a great question to ponder. How do you see the opportunities for integrating your current skills with the new profession? Perhaps looking for integration options. By applying the focus on consequences humanistically, we can help people better understand their thoughts and feelings regarding their future actions, as well as support them in developing strategies for achieving the best outcomes. Case study: the Manipulator exercise. From the seminar transcript. One of the most interesting ways to understand working with consequences is through the exercise called Manipulator. The essence of manipulation is to achieve a goal without stating it outright. Instead of direct suggestions, we create a chain of causes that will inevitably lead to the desired effect. Task: make someone a vegetarian without saying, "Stop eating meat." Strategy: create a chain of events, causes, that will nudge them toward this decision on their own. Brainstorming from the audience, influencing options. 1. Introducing the idea of spirituality. Idea: Leo Tolstoy didn't eat meat. Yogis don't eat meat for enlightenment. Action: casually leave an open book or article about this. 2. Health and checkup. Idea: meat is hard on the body. Action: get lab tests together. Oh, look, your cholesterol is high. They say that's from animal products. 3. Authorities. Idea: idols don't eat meat. Action: did you hear that Tamati, or another significant authority, gave up meat? He says he has more energy now. 4. Visualization and shock content. Idea: show the inside of production. Action: let's watch a movie. Choose a documentary about the food industry, where cows with holes in their sides are shown. 5. Contextual advertising. Action: talk near their phone about the harms of meat, so algorithms start suggesting relevant articles and videos. 6. Challenge/bet. Action: how about a bet? I'll give up sweets for a month, and you give up meat. Can you handle it? Analysis. Each of these actions is a small cause. By itself, it may not work. But if you create a system of consequences, movie plus tests plus authority example plus bet, the likelihood that the person will conclude, "I need to stop eating meat," increases dramatically. The language pattern of consequences works similarly. We highlight or create such chains of connections if, then, that change a person's behavior. Pattern map, consequences. Working scheme of the pattern. Refer to it when practicing the technique. This section is structured according to the formal model of the pattern and is intentionally presented dryly, like a blueprint next to a painting. Definition and presupposition. Strict definition. A shift in focus toward causal relationships over time. Definition from the seminar. Directing attention to the future consequences of behavior/beliefs to alter its evaluation in the present. Basic presupposition. Every action or belief has future consequences. By changing the focus of expectations, positive/negative, we alter motivation in the present. Primary function. Considering what this belief or behavior will lead to in the long term, the butterfly effect. Goal of application. To shift attention to the positive or negative consequences of a belief or behavior to change one's attitude toward it. Shifting the focus of attention. Where we lead from where we lead to. Question: what is happening now? Present: what will this lead to later? Future. Orientation: immediate gain/problem, long-term results/perspective. Type of thinking: tactical, strategic/predictive. Psychological basis. Causal relationships, a B. Timeline. Why it bypasses resistance. It doesn't argue with the fact, but shows its disadvantage or advantage in the future, triggering a fear of loss or a desire for gain. Operational algorithm. 1. Accept the belief. Treat the belief as a hypothesis. Let's assume this is true. 2. Extend over time. Mentally move into the future where this belief continues to operate. 3. Find the consequences. Identify exaggerated positive to reinforce or negative to dismantle consequences. If you think this way, then in a year. 4. Voice the forecast. Return this forecast to the client. And then you'll be completely alone. Linguistic markers. Say, and what will this lead to? What will happen if you continue? Imagine that 10 years pass. This is the first step toward. If, then, because. Causal relationship. For the sake of. Avoid leads to another pattern or undermines the effect. That's not true. It won't happen like that. Trigger words to recognize the pattern in someone else's speech, because main marker, due to, since, if, then, will lead to, for the sake of, for, therefore, because of this, will make, will. Nonverbal communication. Pointing forward, to the future. The expanding funnel, gesture, small event, large consequences. A distant, unfocused gaze, visionary. Overall picture. Pointing hand forward, timeline, squinting eyes as if looking far, with a building or inspiring tone. Scenarios of application. Medicine. Patient doesn't want treatment. If you don't start treatment now, in a month the process will become irreversible. Parenting. Child doesn't want to study. If you don't learn this now, it will be hard to get into your dream college. Business. Employee neglects details. Small negligence today will lead to a loss of the company's reputation tomorrow. Educational dialogues. I want to drop out of school. Sure, it'll be easier now. But what will happen in 5 years when your friends have careers and you're left without a diploma? One time won't hurt. Yes, but it will destroy trust forever, and you might end up alone. I'm too lazy to go to the gym. If you slack off today, tomorrow will be even harder, and in a year, you won't recognize yourself in the mirror. Why do I need these plans? Without plans, you'll become part of someone else's plans. How the pattern sounds in different psychotypes. Schizoid constructs complex logical chains of consequences. Paranoid sees threats and catastrophic outcomes. Hyperthymic sees rainbow perspectives and opportunities. Profile of the pattern bearer. Traits. Visionary, forecaster, Vanga, strategist, panicker, if negative, inspirer, if positive, fatalist, Cassandra, futurist. Values. Future, forecasting, safety, warning of threats, development time. Professions. Analysts, insurers, doctors, prophets, parents. You'll end up a janitor, ecologists. Recognizable images. The movie The Butterfly Effect, Back to the Future, paintings of the Last Judgment, religion, insurance advertisements. Utilization and connections. How they respond to this pattern. Reality strategy. How do you know it will be like that? Intention. Are you scaring me to change my mind? Analogy in analogy. Using parables with morals, you reap what you sow. Reality strategy. Checking the realism of the forecast. Why do you think it will be exactly like that? Typical connections. Intention consequences. Do you want to rest? But if you only rest, you'll degrade. Consequences hierarchy of criteria. This will lead to a loss of money, but you'll keep your freedom, and freedom is more important. Related techniques. NLP, rolling out time shift, Descartes coordinates. What will happen if this occurs? Others, SWOT analysis, threats/opportunities. Training. Exercise time machine, take any action and come up with 3 good and 3 bad consequences 10 years down the line. Game Snowball. Chapter 7. Chunking Down, the Maze of Details. You don't love me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's break this down, like they do in a cooking show. What do you mean? At what moment? How exactly do I not love you? Introduction to the Art of Chunking Down. Imagine our consciousness as a vast labyrinth where magical creatures, our thoughts, have become lost. The linguistic focus we call chunking down acts as an experienced tour guide through this maze. It doesn't just clear a path, it transforms generalized beliefs, like giant dragons ready to swallow us whole, into simple, understandable elements, akin to harmless lizards. Like a sci-fi microscope, this tool allows us to examine every pixel, every detail of the enormous mosaic that once seemed an insurmountable wall. The essence of chunking down. Detailing as an art. Clarification as the search for truth. The metamodel as the philosopher's stone. How does it work? This magical mechanism. Picture a grand circus, where acrobats, jugglers, and trained bears perform. That's how our generalizations operate. Someone declares, I'm a failure, and in their mind's eye, a massive circus arena appears, with all the spotlight focused on their failures. But our task is to become the backstage crew of this arena, allowing a glimpse behind the glamorous scenery to reveal a simple stage with ordinary people doing their best. Example. I'm a failure can transform into an incredibly engaging performance. In what specific way are you a failure? Can you not tie your shoelaces? Or perhaps your dance skills at weddings leave much to be desired. Or is it about a particular report that you think turned out worse than a passing grade in college? And just like that, as we start to break this multi-layered firework down into individual pops, all the pomp and drama fade away, leaving only cold, pliable facts. This is the linguistic magic of the meticulous analyst. Your job is to become a keen investigator, never taking generalizations at face value and always striving for the truth. The metamodel and chunking down, adventures in the world of precision. The metamodel in NLP is like a toolbox of magical instruments that could inspire legends. These tools are questions designed to clarify and refine our perception of the world, much like a skilled jeweler transforms a rough diamond into a flawless gem. Examples that will make you smile. All men are jerks. All of them? Your dad? Your grandfather? Or maybe you meant the famous Pope, the one in Vatican gear. Nobody appreciates me. Who, if I may ask? Name, surname, patronymic, passport number? Or are we talking about that recent meeting at work? Gestures of chunking down, hands as tools of magic. Let's imagine you're sifting through grains or working on creating a masterpiece from sand. You're actively slicing something large into smaller pieces, just like in a culinary battle. Finger movements, as if you're taking a tiny pinch or the sacred okay gesture with your bent thumb and index finger. These are symbols of precision and detailing that lend extraordinary sharpness to your vision. Application and effect, magic in action. Chunking down is not just a workout for your brain. It's an incredibly useful tool in any situation, especially where generalizations, you always, you never, become sources of tension and conflict. Chunking down brings earthly gravity to conflict, helping to focus on specific facts and circumstances. Let's break it down like an accountant at the end of the financial year. What exactly happened today at 8:30? Was it just a bad cup of morning coffee, not a universal conspiracy against you? The key question that opens many doors: how exactly? Conclusion: from the maze to clarity. Chunking down is an exhilarating journey from the general to the specific, from chaos to structured facts, as if you were dividing an ocean into manageable streams that are easy to navigate and understand. It's not just a way to achieve deep understanding, but also a powerful tool for dismantling illusions and stereotypes, much like sunlight disperses morning fog. In the next chapter, we'll embark on a new adventure to see how this method works in tandem with chunking up, creating a complete understanding of the situation, as if you're in the center of a rugby match, but with full control over the game. Profile of the pattern and professions. Imagine a person whose mind resembles incredibly precise microchips. Such a person tends to meticulously dissect every detail and is captivated by nuances and subtleties. They possess traits like being vengeful, nitpicky, and pedantic, which aren't always perceived positively, but find value within their professional activities. Their erudition and scrupulousness allow them to seek clarity and safety, and their external expression includes pointing gestures, precise hand movements, and pecking finger motions, reflecting their quest for accuracy. This linguistic focus is professionally embedded in lawyers, doctors, and auditors. Lawyers need detailing to build compelling arguments and find loopholes in legislation. Doctors must meticulously gather symptoms and analyze them to correctly diagnose specific illnesses. Auditors detail reports and finances, uncovering discrepancies and cooked numbers like master secret thieves of the corporate world. Humanistic utilization, guru's strategy. The humanistic approach to the chunking down pattern involves fostering a healthier perception of another person's judgments and beliefs. It's not about pointing out flaws or diminishing their significance. Instead, this approach helps people discover how their generalizations limit their possibilities. Ultimately, this method aids in expanding their worldview by adding new details that make it more complete and enriched. Examples: non-combat. 1. In life. A. I can never make the right decisions. B. What specific decision do you consider wrong? And could there be circumstances that influence that? 2. In business. A. Our team is always outdated in its approach. B. Are there specific examples when we fell behind? What aspects can we improve? 3. In relationships. A. You never listened to me. B. Can you give examples of when I didn't pay attention to your words? Maybe I was busy at that moment, but let's discuss how to fix that. 4. In self-development. A. I'm a terrible speaker and will never present well. B. What specific aspects of your presentations would you like to improve? Were there moments when you did manage well? By using these examples, we focus on creating support rather than criticism, paving the way for more constructive and positive understanding and interaction. Extended analysis. Additional examples and stories. You don't love me. How exactly did you come to that conclusion? At what specific moment? What did I do or not do? Introduction. Microscope and Rapier. The linguistic focus of detailing or chunking down is the art of looking deeper. If generalization is a bird's eye view, then detailing is a microscope. We zoom in on a specific point and magnify it until the pathos and drama dissolve into dry facts. In the metaphor of martial arts, this pattern is akin to a rapier thrust. It's not a sweeping club strike or a sumo wrestler's power push. It's a precise, pinpoint movement aimed at the most vulnerable part of the structure, at the absence of facts. Gesture of the pattern. The gesture of detailing is a pecking motion with the fingers or squinting, as if you're threading a needle or adjusting focus. You're taking a pinch of reality and demanding it be examined under a magnifying glass. Reality strategy. There's no defense against a fact. One of the most powerful forms of detailing is the reality strategy. This is the ability to separate hallucinations and interpretations from the sensorially obvious experience. We live in a world of our maps and illusions. People constantly lie, often not out of malice, but simply because they confuse their thoughts with reality. He looked at me sideways. How exactly did he look? At what angle was his gaze tilted? What color were his eyes at that moment? When you start asking such questions, the magic of reading minds crumbles. Story: the taxi driver and 200 rubles. I had a situation that perfectly illustrates the power of this pattern. I hail a taxi. I need to get to the metro. The driver says, 300 rubles. I reply, I only have 200. He starts applying his negotiation techniques, trying to convince and bargain. Well, that's a normal price: gas, traffic, comfort. And I simply show him the bill and repeat, here are my 200 rubles. No others. Either we go for 200 or we don't go. And all his flexibility shattered against this fact. The reality strategy shuts down flexibility. When there's a concrete fact, in this case, the mere existence of only 200 rubles, no linguistic tricks, no other outcomes or redefinitions work. A fact is a fact. This example shows how detailing grounds any manipulation. If someone tries to talk you around, just return to the facts. Is there money in the account? No? Then there's been no payment. The truth is in the details, a cinematic metaphor. Remember the film The Invention of Lying? It's a brilliant illustration of a world where people only operate under the reality strategy. They speak only the truth, only what they see and think. How do you look? Bad. You've aged and gained weight. In such a world, it's impossible to take offense at "you don't love me," because when asked, how exactly, you'd receive a comprehensive list of actions. But in our world, people live in generalizations. All men are, nobody appreciates me. Detailing is the remedy for these generalizations. How to apply Scalpel questions. Your task is to be a nitpicker. Detailing is the pattern of professional nitpicking, splitting hairs. If someone says, everything is bad, you don't argue. You pull out your microscope. What exactly is bad? Are sales down? By how many %? In which region? For which product group? Often, it turns out that everything is bad is merely one client delayed payment by 2 days. The generalization created panic. Detailing returned the problem to a manageable size. Examples of breaking out of deadlocks. 1. You always interrupt me. Did I interrupt you right now? How about yesterday at dinner? Can you name 3 recent instances besides this one? Usually, the person can't recall specifics and the accusation crumbles. 2. I'm a failure. In what way? Can't you breathe? Can't you walk? Do you struggle with tying your shoelaces? Or is it about a specific project? 3. That's too expensive. Too expensive compared to what? Which specific part of the contract raises questions? The delivery cost? The raw material cost? Profile. Who are detailers? People for whom this pattern is habitual, profiled, are often perceived as meticulous, nitpicky, but very reliable professionals. These are lawyers, auditors, doctors, programmers. Their job is to find errors in details. They see a broken pixel on a massive 4K screen. They spot an extra comma in a 100-page contract. If you want to hack such a person, don't try to talk them around with general phrases. We are a dynamically developing company. They will annihilate you with one question. What is the growth rate of net profit for the 3rd quarter? You need to speak their language, the language of numbers, facts, and precise measurements. Detailing is the death of emotions and the birth of solutions. When you break a huge, scary problem into 100 small tasks, fear disappears. What remains is simply a to-do list. Pattern map, chunking down. Working scheme of the pattern. Refer to it when practicing the technique. The section is built according to the formal model of the pattern and is intentionally presented dry, like a blueprint next to a painting. Definition and presupposition. Strict definition. Shifting focus down logical levels, deduction. Deconstructing generalization. Definition from the seminar, going into detail, breaking the complex into the simple, the general into the specific. Basic presupposition. Any generalization consists of details. In details lies the devil and the solution. The whole is not equal to the sum of its parts. Main function. Shifting focus from the general class to specific elements or steps, dismantling unfounded generalizations. Goal of application. To detail a statement by breaking it into constituent elements to find exceptions or discrepancies in the details. Focus shift. Where we're taking away from where we're bringing to. Question: what is it in general? Generalization. What does it consist of? What specific details? Detailing. Orientation abstraction / class specificity / element. Type of thinking global detailed / analytical. Psychological basis. Metamodel. Clarifying questions. Who exactly? How exactly? Deduction. Why it bypasses resistance. It doesn't deny the problem entirely but starts to dig into it, which reduces emotional tension and shifts the conversation into a constructive direction. Operational algorithm. 1. Hear the generalization. Identify generalization words. All, always, nobody, it's terrible. 2. Ask a clarifying question. Inquire about a specific part, element, or step of the process. What exactly do you dislike? 3. Highlight the exception. Find a detail that doesn't conform to the negative generalization and focus on it. Linguistic markers. Say, what exactly? Who specifically? What details? How exactly? Which part? Let's break it down. Avoid leads to another pattern or destroys the effect. In general, it's all clear. Trigger words for recognizing the pattern in other speech. What exactly? How exactly? Who specifically? Where exactly? Let's clarify. What details? Step by step. Nonverbal communication. Cutting, gestures, slicing the air with the palm. Tweezers, gesture, fingers pinched together as if picking up a small detail. Squinting, looking closely at details. Overall picture. Gesture of pinch as if holding a small object. Forward head movement, leaning in, cutting, hand gestures, dividing. Application scenarios. Work. Employee, the project has failed. Which part of the project isn't working? The interface, the database, or the logic? Perhaps only part of it has failed. Relationships. Partner, you never listened to me. When exactly did I not listen to you yesterday? At what moment? Purchase. Client, the car is bad. What exactly do you dislike? The engine, the color, the suspension. Learning dialogues. I can't do anything right. What specifically can't you do right? Get out of bed? Brush your teeth? Or write a report? All men are jerks. Who exactly? Your ex? Your father? Your boss? Or all 4 billion of them? That's too expensive. Which part is expensive for you? Materials, the craftsman's work, or delivery? I'm afraid to speak in public. What exactly are you afraid of? Forgetting your words? Being pelted with tomatoes? Or the microphone? How the pattern sounds in different psychotypes. Schizoid, loves details, easily drifts into specifications. Paranoid, seeks details to find a catch. Epileptoid, loves order and structure lists. Profile of the pattern bearer. Traits. Meticulous, nitpicker, analyst, picky, attentive, scrupulous, detective, auditor. Values. Details, precision, structure, facts, clarity. Professions. Auditors, accountants, lawyers, surgeons, programmers, detectives, Sherlock Holmes. Recognizable images. Sherlock Holmes, attention to detail, Columbo, just one little question, Dr. House, diagnosis. Utilization and connections. How they respond to this pattern. Chunking up, why dig into the minutiae? Let's look at the whole. Metaframe, you're just being a nitpicker. Analogy in analogy. Using metaphors of division, cutting the elephant into parts. Reality strategy. Metamodel questions for clarifying strategy. How exactly did you come to the conclusion that everything is bad? Typical connections. Chunking down reality strategy. What exactly isn't working? And how did you know that was it? Chunking down changing frame size. This detail isn't working, but in the grand scheme of the project, it's a minor issue. Related techniques. NLP, metamodel, clarification, goal decomposition, TOTE. Other, root cause analysis, 5 whys. Training. Exercise cutting the elephant. Take a large problem and break it into 10 smaller ones. Exercise nitpicker, ask clarifying questions about everything for 5 minutes. Chapter 8, Summation, a view from the summit, chunking up. How do you compare the universe to a cup of tea? In short, Imagine standing atop a majestic mountain. Below you, forests, rivers, and quaint little villages stretch out, merging into one vast canvas. Summation is the art of seeing from a bird's-eye view. If division is a microscope that allows you to examine the tiniest details, then summation is a telescope that lets you see the cosmos. You rise above the situation to see the forest for the trees, capturing the essence and summarizing the main points. Mastery of brevity. In today's world, where information rains down on us from all directions, the ability to speak concisely has become a superpower. It's not just about shortening text, it's about highlighting what's most significant. Picture yourself in a library filled with thick tomes, needing to find a single quote. To do this, you must become a master of brevity. Services like Briefly have become true wizards in this realm, allowing you to summarize War and Peace in just 15 minutes. Remember how Leo Tolstoy describes an oak tree over 3 pages? Briefly condenses it into one sentence. Prince Andrei saw the oak and understood something. Yes, it sounds cynical, but it's incredibly effective. Principles of Write, Shorten. Inspired by Maxim Ilyakov's approach, Write, Shorten, we can learn to remove all excess, leaving only the dry residue. It's like distilling. You remove all the water, leaving only the essence. This is the essence of summation, the ability to highlight the main points and convey them in the smallest volume. Exercise. Film in 4 words. Now, let's play a little. In our workshops, we often conduct an exercise. Try to summarize the plot of a well-known movie in just 4 words so that everyone instantly recognizes it. This exercise trains your ability to see the structure of an event, discarding details like a skilled sculptor chiseling away excess stone to reveal the statue beneath. Titanic. Ship sank, DiCaprio froze. Just think about how much emotion and drama is packed into those 4 words. That's it. Love, tragedy, icebergs, and cold water. Terminator 2, Iron Robot saves Guy. It's like describing Dante's Inferno. The poet traverses the circles of hell. Leave the detailed descriptions of suffering and passion behind, and everything becomes clear. The Wolf of Wall Street, high-flying broker arrested. This story is full of adrenaline, like a roller coaster, up and then down again. New example, The Matrix. The Matrix, the chosen one saves the virtual world. It's as if you were describing a world where spoons don't exist, and we're all part of a grand simulation. These examples teach us to focus on the main points, ignoring the secondary ones. Remember how you drank tea without thinking about how the leaves got into the cup. What matters is the taste. Elevator speech. An elevator pitch is a brief yet compelling presentation of your idea that you can deliver during a ride in an elevator, which typically lasts 30 to 40 seconds. It's like trying to sell a flying car while the elevator moves between floors. It's crucial to get straight to the point without lengthy preambles. For example, instead of starting with the backstory of how you came to this idea, say immediately, "We're creating Uber for dog walking." This instantly conveys your idea, leaving a lasting impression in your listener's mind. Applying the technique. When your conversation partner is drowning in details and complaints, as if they're sinking in a swamp of unnecessary information, use the summation technique to highlight the essence. It's like holding a magic wand and with a single wave, draining the informational swamp before you. Example dialogue. In short, do you want to break up or not? Essentially, you're lacking attention. The moral of the story is gestures of summation. Illustrate your words with wide, sweeping hand movements, as if you're embracing the whole world. It's like you're hugging a giant sphere, showing that you see the entire situation as a whole. Often, your tone becomes philosophical and generalizing, as if you're delivering a speech in front of an ancient Greek amphitheater. Conclusion. Summation is the focus of the language of philosophers and strategists. It's the art of seeing the big picture, asking the right questions, and providing concise answers. Remember what the philosopher said, life is a series of meetings and partings. This is a classic example of summation, capable of prompting deep reflection on the meaning of existence. Use this technique to become a clearer and more persuasive conversationalist, and may your path be direct and clear, like the road you carve through the fog. Profile of the pattern and professions. People who frequently use the summation pattern are philosophers, sages, strategists, and synthesizers, they think in systems and patterns rather than particulars. Their values include system, meaning, community, and unity. The flip side of the same coin is that they may appear superficial, phlegmatic, and distracted. A person accustomed to seeing the forest may indeed lose sight of the individual trees. They may exhibit phlegmatic and distracted behavior, relying on simplicity and ease in their communication. These individuals prefer to communicate using broad gestures, such as encompassing, hugging, or sweeping gestures with one or both hands. This focus of language is professionally embedded in philosophers, scientists, systems architects, spiritual teachers, top-level strategists, as well as politicians and analysts who are accustomed to working with the big picture. Politicians need to summarize complex issues to convey them to a broad audience and develop a strategic vision. Analysts, especially those who build forecasts or engage in strategic consulting, require the ability to extract key elements from complex data and create a holistic vision. Humanistic utilization, guru's strategy. The humanistic approach to utilizing the summation pattern allows one to direct the ability to generalize for the benefit of the conversational partner, helping them see the whole picture. It's akin to Aikido in language. We take the energy of an argument and transform it to inspire or enlighten another. It's essential to engage empathy and attentiveness to use this language focus to expand the partner's perception, leading to a deeper understanding of the situation. Examples: non-combative. 1. Relationships. A. All men are the same and always act selfishly. B. It may seem that way, but perhaps by focusing on specific examples, we'll see that each person is unique and can be motivated more deeply. 2. Business. A. The company never listens to its employees. B. It might seem that way, but if we look at specific instances, we'll find examples where employees truly influence decisions. 3. Personal life. A. Studying is always exhausting and brings no joy. B. Sometimes that's true, but perhaps by trying new approaches to learning, you could discover interesting aspects and find inspiration. Using these examples, we can demonstrate how generalizations can serve as a starting point for profound and meaningful changes in the perceptions and beliefs of the conversational partner. Extended analysis, additional examples, and stories. How do you compare the universe to a cup of tea? In short, Sleight. If detailing is a microscope, then summation, chunking up, is a telescope or a view from a helicopter. We rise above the details to see the forest for the trees. This is a pattern of philosophers, strategists, and leaders. When you're drowning in operational details, you need to do chunking up to remember the mission. Mastery of brevity, war and peace in 15 minutes. In a world where attention is the most valuable currency, the ability to summarize becomes a superpower. There are services like Briefly that can summarize war and peace in 15 minutes. Leo Tolstoy describes an oak tree over 3 pages. Briefly states, Prince Andrei saw the oak and understood something about the futility of existence. Cynical? Perhaps. Effective? Absolutely. Exercise. The diamond arm in 4 words. Try to describe the plot of a well-known film in 4 words, maximum, so that it's recognizable. This is a training exercise for your ability to see the structure of an event, cutting away details. Titanic, ship sank, DiCaprio froze. Essence, tragedy plus romance. Terminator 2, robot saves future leader. The Wolf of Wall Street, broker junkie finally jailed. If you can explain your idea in 30 seconds, elevator pitch, you have mastered summation. If you need 30 minutes of backstory, you're still at the level of detailing. Hierarchy of values, why we do what we do. Summation is not just about brevity. It's a movement up the logical levels, from behavior, what I do, to values, why I do it. I want to buy a car. Why? To drive to work. And why? To earn money. And why do you need money? To feel free. And there we've found the value, freedom. Summation is often used to seek motivation. If a person is stuck, I can't make myself run, elevate them to the level of values. Do you want to be healthy and attractive? Exercise, the perfect gift. How can we train our understanding of values? Imagine your acquaintance, Let's call him Andre. Our task is to give him a gift, budget $100, that closes the maximum number of his values. 1. Identify values. Observe Andre. Loves to learn value, development. Wears relaxed clothing value, comfort. Constantly around people value, communication. Enjoys games and debates value, excitement. 2. Look for overlap. Just a book will cover development, but not communication. Just slippers will cover comfort, but not excitement. 3. Ideal candidate, the game, cash flow. Development? Yes, it teaches finance. Communication? Yes, it's played with a group. Excitement? Yes, it's a game. Or Crocs. Story, Idiocracy and Crocs. Have you heard of the film Idiocracy? It's about a future where everyone has become dull-witted. The costume designers needed to create footwear for the idiots of the future, something as ridiculous and cheap as possible. They found a small company making strange rubber clogs and decided, this looks so silly, it will never become fashionable. Those were Crocs. But it turned out that the value of comfort, they're easy to wear, breathable and durable, was more important to people than the value of aesthetics. And now everyone wears Crocs. This example shows how one powerful value, comfort, can outweigh all other criteria. Profile: philosophers and politicians. People who have this pattern built in often speak in general terms, overall, globally, on a national level. Their gestures are wide and encompassing, as if they're hugging a large sphere or illustrating the size of the universe. Combat application. If someone tries to catch you on a minor mistake, why is there a typo in the report? You shift to summation. Colleagues, let's look at our collaboration as a whole. We've achieved 120% of our plan. Is it worth spending meeting time discussing commas when we face strategic challenges? Summation blurs the claims. In the fog of global meanings, minor mistakes simply become invisible. Pattern map, summation, chunking up. Working scheme of the pattern. Refer to it when practicing the technique. The section is structured according to the formal model of the pattern and is intentionally presented dry, like a blueprint next to a painting. Definition and presupposition. Strict definition. Shifting the focus of attention upward through logical levels, induction. Including an element in a class. Definition from the seminar, enlarging, seeking the common, moving from the specific to the general, creating the big picture. Basic presupposition. Details only make sense in the context of the whole. By rising higher, we see the forest, not the trees. Primary function. Shifting the focus of attention from details to the general class, category, or abstract principle. Goal of application. To summarize a statement by translating it into a broader class or category to change the context or significance. Shift in focus of attention. Where we're taking away from where we're bringing to. Question: what is this specifically? Detail: what part of what is this? Class. Orientation element / specificity system / generality. Type of thinking: narrow / specific, abstract / systemic. Psychological basis. Induction. From specific to general. Milton model, generalizations. Why it bypasses resistance. It shifts the conversation to the level of abstract values or classes, which are harder to dispute. Everyone agrees that development is good. Operational algorithm. 1. Hear the detail. Identify a specific statement or action that limits perception. 2. Find the category. Ask yourself, what is this an example of? Or, what larger group does this belong to? 3. Summarize. Rephrase the statement using the name of that category. So we're talking about category. Linguistic markers. Say, overall, this is part of something bigger. If we look at it globally, this is an example of how. We're talking about the principle. Avoid leads to another pattern or destroys the effect. These are just details. It doesn't matter. Trigger words for recognizing the pattern in other speech. Overall, globally, this is an example of what part of what is this, if we generalize, from the perspective of the system. Nonverbal communication. Wide circular hand movements, encompassing. Raising hands upward to a higher level. Gesture of dome or sphere summation. Overall picture. Circular hand movements, as if outlining a sphere, hands spreading out to the sides and upward, expansion, gaze unfocused, seeing the picture as a whole. Scenarios for application. Conflict. Dispute over contract details. Let's look at our cooperation as a whole. We are strategic partners, after all. Teaching. A student is stuck on a mistake. This mistake is part of your learning and growth process. Sales. A client nitpicks an option. This is a matter of safety, and safety is our top priority. Educational dialogues. You broke the cup. It's just a dish. Everyday life shouldn't spoil our relationship. This employee was late. Are we talking about discipline in the company as a whole? I don't like this color. Let's evaluate the design concept as a whole. Color is just one element of style. Kids are a hassle. So you're saying that raising a new personality, personality, is a challenging process? How the pattern sounds in different psychotypes. Schizoid, loves abstractions and theories. Hyperthymic, easily generalizes, galloping through Europe. Hysterical, generalizes to everyone loves me/doesn't love me. Profile of the pattern bearer. Traits. Philosopher, guru, sage, strategist, synthesizer, theoretical scientist, systemic thinker. Values. System, meaning, community, patterns, unity. Professions. Philosophers, scientists, top managers, strategists, systems architects, spiritual teachers. Recognizable images. Master Yoda speaks about the Force as a whole. Tony Robbins generalizes to life strategies. Scientists seek the laws of nature. Utilization and connections. How they respond to this pattern. Division. Let's not generalize. Let's look at the details. Reality strategy. What is this generalization based on? Analogy in analogy. Using metaphors of summation, a drop in the ocean. Reality strategy. A question about the goals of the class. Why do we even need such things? Typical connections. Summation hierarchy of criteria. Are we talking about the future? And the future is the most important thing. Summation analogy. It's like a puzzle, where the overall picture matters, not just one piece. Related techniques. NLP, Milton model, indeterminate nouns, working with parts, uniting parts. Others, systemic thinking. Training. Exercise, matryoshka, name an object and find 5 increasingly general categories for it. Chair, furniture, interior item, material, object, universe. Chapter 9. Analogy. A journey to the land of metaphors. Life is like a menu at a restaurant. You always want to order everything, but alas, there's a limit. And of course, I don't have a single discount coupon. My friends, gather round and prepare to be amazed by the wonders that the art of analogy brings. Yes, you heard me right. This isn't just a method. It's an art form capable of transforming the driest conversation into an exhilarating symphony of thoughts and ideas. But before I unveil all the secrets, let me share a story. The tale of the captain and the compass. Once upon a time, there was a ship captain who lost his compass. Without this vital instrument, he couldn't determine which way to sail next. However, he had an old friend, a wise fisherman, who said, "Captain, to find your way, look to the stars. They will always guide you, even when the compass fails." Within this simple advice lies a profound analogy. The compass represents our usual methods of analysis, while the stars symbolize new paths illuminated through metaphors. When we resort to logic, our conversation partner may begin to defend themselves, much like a ship caught in a storm. But when we tell a story, which gently fills the sails like a soft breeze, the idea slips into the mind smoothly and unnoticed. The algorithm for creating analogies, a step-by-step quest. Step 1. Extracting the essence. Imagine you are an archaeologist searching for ancient artifacts among the desert sands. Your task is to extract the core idea, as if it were the hilt of King Arthur's sword. For instance, if you are asked to prove that hard work is essential for success, let's extract the structure. To build a castle on sand, you need a shovel and a bucket. Structure. To reach great heights, castle, significant effort is required, shovel and bucket. Step 2. The art of parallel crafting. Now, let's find a similar structure, but in a different context where the effort is minimal, yet the result is grand. Sometimes it feels like searching for a needle in a haystack. But imagine this, the domino trick, one gentle push and thousands of pieces fall, creating a picture. The firework launch button, one press and the entire sky bursts into lights and colors. The golden fish, it grants 3 wishes if asked. Step 3. Returning with the story. We return to our conversation partner with a refreshed metaphor, like a knight returning from battle with a trophy. You know, sometimes it just takes one push of a button to light up the sky with fireworks. Just like in life, the right effort can yield incredible results. Practical examples, world classics and literary masterpieces. Analogy in literature, Shapaev and Void. Oh, how I love this example from Victor Pelevin. In his fantastic novel, where reality and illusion intertwine in a dance, analogies become tools of destruction and creation. In one scene, the protagonist speaks of a theater that begins with a coat rack, hinting at sinister deeds. Pettia wields analogy like a sword that slices through the chains of meaning. He transforms the theater from a place of art into a symbol of prison and fear. Psychiatric test for mental flexibility. Imagine this. You're sitting in a psychiatrist's office, and he poses a strange question that resembles a magical riddle. What's the difference between a bird and an airplane? And you, flapping your arms like wings, respond, a bird is alive, while an airplane is made of metal, as if that's the only truth. But if you possess mental flexibility, you'll find numerous commonalities. What do a shoe and a pencil have in common? Perhaps only the chosen few will say, they both leave a mark, while another person might start discussing similarities in molecular structures. Here, analogy serves as an indicator of mental flexibility. In the world of metaphors, there's no room for blunt angles or straight lines. It's all circles and whirlwinds that demand a creative approach. Therapeutic methods through metaphors. Healing with words. David Gordon, a master of metaphors, teaches in his book, Therapeutic Metaphors, how to create stories that heal. He compares metaphors to magical potions that, without commands or pressure, penetrate the patient's consciousness. Parables as tools, tale after tale. A parable is an analogy dressed in festive attire. Let me share one of my favorite parables. Only fools get lucky. Have you heard the parable about Amelia, who lay on the stove while the pike did everything for him? He wasn't a fool. He just knew how to negotiate with resources. Who knows? Maybe we should learn the same. Diving into the world of parables is like traveling to a parallel reality, where every day you can discover new meanings and truths. Train yourself to read at least 10 parables a day, and you'll be amazed at how quickly you become a master of analogies. In conclusion, my friends, remember that analogy is not just a technique. It's an art capable of transforming consciousness, like Harry Potter's magic wand. Use this powerful weapon to make your speech more vibrant and persuasive, and the world around you a little more magical. Profile of the pattern and professions. A person who frequently employs the linguistic focus of analogy possesses a creative mindset. They are a storyteller, captivating others with amazing tales that can turn dry facts into engaging narratives. They are flexible and pleasant to converse with, allowing them to quickly find common ground with others. However, sometimes they may be perceived as naive or superficial, as they prefer to skim the surface of ideas rather than delve into details. Their gestures or movements that point to one thought or situation and then shift attention to another, using their rich experience to create a new picture. This linguistic focus is built in among teachers, storytellers, and writers. Teachers need to convey complex concepts to students, and analogies help make this simple and clear. Storytellers and writers use analogies as tools to impact the imagination, creating vivid images and memorable conflicts. Humanistic utilization, guru's strategy. The linguistic focus of analogy can be used to expand the conversation partner's map of reality, offering them a new way to view a situation through the lens of another area that may be more understandable or relatable to their personal experience. This art allows for gentle shaping of understanding, illustrating the complex in simple terms. The humanistic approach to using analogies involves respecting the conversation partner's opinion and striving to help them enrich their understanding. This can be done by using analogies as a means of empathy and support, aimed at creating harmony and mutual understanding. Examples: non-combat. 1. Life. A. Life is so complicated and tangled. B. Imagine you're a captain on a ship, and sometimes you just need to follow the stars. They will always help you find the right path, even when the compass fails. 2. Work. A. It seems like all efforts to advance the project are in vain. B. It's like growing a tree. At first, you don't see any growth, but the roots are strengthening in the soil. When the time comes, it will start to flourish. 3. Relationships. A. There are so many little things in relationships. It's hard to manage everything. B. Think of relationships as a garden. A little water, sunlight, and care, and everything will bloom in its own time. 4. Education. A. Learning new things can be so exhausting. B. Studying is like collecting a mosaic. Each new piece of knowledge is one of the tiles that will eventually create a beautiful picture of your possibilities. Extended analysis, additional examples, and stories. Life is like a menu at a restaurant. You always want to order everything, but alas, there's a limit. And of course, I don't have a single discount coupon. Analogy is the magic of finding similarities. We take a complex, unclear, or conflicting situation and transfer its structure onto something simple and obvious. Life is like a mountain river. Business is like riding a bicycle. Stop pedaling and you'll fall. In NLP, this pattern serves as a bridge between the conscious and the unconscious. The conscious mind blocks direct suggestions. You need to work harder, but it accepts stories. Ants never stop. Analogy versus metaphor. People often confuse analogy and metaphor. Analogy is an explicit comparison using linking words, like, as if, similar to. Your problem is like a tangled ball of yarn. Metaphor is a hidden comparison, a story where the connection isn't stated directly. Once upon a time, there were two brothers. And then a story that parallels the client's situation. In language patterns, we often use analogy for speed. Schizophrenia test, wall and wind. Analogy requires mental flexibility. There are well-known psychiatric tests where you're asked to find commonalities between incompatible things. If a person thinks too literally, they have nothing in common. That's rigidity. If a person finds connections that aren't there, both have a secret meaning conveyed by aliens, well, you get the idea. Example from training. What do a shoe and a pencil have in common? Normal answer, both leave a mark. What do a wall and the wind have in common? Logic dictates, nothing. But a master of analogy might say, both the word wall and the word wind have 5 letters. The word wind has 4, wall has 4. Flexibility is the ability to find a connection where none exists. Combat analogy, how to offer a bribe. Analogy is the perfect tool for slippery topics where you can't speak directly. For example, negotiating a thank you with an official. Direct language is a criminal offense. Analogy is just a conversation about nature. The story of Shapaev and Void, Victor Pelevin. In Pelevin's novel Shapaev and Void, there's a scene where the protagonist is approached by Chekists trying to recruit him, using an analogy with theater. Petya, come join us in the theater. We're putting on such plays. In the past, bombs were thrown from the audience onto the stage, but now we can throw bombs from the stage into the audience. To which Petya responds, utilizing the analogy. No, Grigory, I'll pass. Your theater often starts with a coat rack, and it ends with one too. Exercise, tide and ebb. Task, propose a bribe to an official, 5,000 units, in such a way that you're formally discussing a vacation at the sea. Keywords, Caribbean, 5,000, ebb. Ivan Ivanovich, I just flew to the Caribbean. A wonderful place. Not a soul around. Peaceful. I step out to the sea in the morning, the wave comes in tide. Then it goes back ebb. And it's so calm. It cost me 5,000 for this vacation. But I would, of course, like the tide to be a bit stronger. If the official understands the analogy, he might say, well, 5,000 is a bit low for a good tide, we should aim for 7. If he doesn't understand, or pretends not to, you've simply discussed tourism. You're safe. Profile: Storytellers and Schizoids. Who loves this pattern? 1. Hyperthymics. Storytellers love to spin tales, jumping from topic to topic. It's like in that joke. 2. Schizoids. Build very complex, incomprehensible analogies. Your soul is like a Mandelbrot fractal unfolding in the fourth dimension. 3. Paranoids. Use simple, stiff comparisons. Tired as a dog. Hungry as a wolf. How to utilize analogy. Apply it to yourself. You're acting like an elephant in a china shop. But I'm the only one who can carry out all this fragile crystal without breaking it if I'm given space. Turning the elephant image into a resource. Or, I'm not an elephant, I'm a customer. But your shelves are inconveniently arranged. Returning to reality / breaking the analogy. Analogy is a way to tell the truth without naming names. Pattern map, analogy. Working scheme of the pattern. Refer to it when practicing the technique. This section is structured according to the formal model of the pattern and is intentionally presented dryly, like a blueprint next to a painting. Definition and presupposition. Strict definition. Searching for isomorphism, structural similarity, between two different contexts. Transferring qualities from the resource to the goal through a bridge of similarity. Basic presupposition. A complex or abstract concept can be understood through its structural similarity to something simple and concrete. Main function. To transfer meaning or properties from one context, resource, to another, problem/goal, using a bridge of similarity. Purpose of application. To bypass conscious resistance and gain access to the unconscious by finding structural similarities between contexts. Shift of focus. Where we lead from where we lead to. Question: what is this specifically? Definition. What does it resemble? Comparison. Orientation logic / details / rationality image / metaphor / right hemisphere. Type of thinking critical / analytical associative / trance-like. Psychological basis. The brain creates a connection between two neurons / concepts if they share a common structure or quality. Why it bypasses resistance. Analogy is the most illogical pattern, making it hard to argue against rationally. It works directly with the unconscious. Operational algorithm. 1. Define the goal, abstract. Identify the abstract concept or nominalization you want to reframe. 2. Choose the source, concrete. Select a specific object or phenomenon that has a key characteristic or structure similar to the goal. 3. Connect with a marker. Link them using linguistic markers like, as if, similar to. 4. Transfer the property. Highlight the specific quality of the source that you wish to attribute to the goal. Linguistic markers. To say, like, as if, similar to, just like, as though. To avoid leads to another pattern or destroys the effect. In fact, strictly speaking, actually. Direct comparisons, better / worse. See frame size. Trigger words for recognizing the pattern in someone else's speech, like, as though, as if, similar to, reminds of, it's like if. Nonverbal cues. Scales. One hand holds life, the other river, moving them to show balance. Unpacking. Gesture as if pulling an image from an archive in the belly. General pattern. The scales, gesture, weighing two concepts in the palms, and the unpacking, gesture, pulling an image from the belly / chest and revealing it. Application scenarios. Teaching / explaining. Explaining a complex concept, e.g. rapport. Rapport is like a dance. If one moves, the other follows. Creates an illusion of understanding through familiar experience. Negotiations / bribes. Hidden communication. Discussing a bribe without naming it. The Caribbean story. Using the analogy of vacation and tides flow / ebb for safely discussing financial terms. Therapy / coaching. A client has a heavy problem. Your past is like train cars that you're dragging in the dark. Just uncouple them. How the pattern sounds to different psychotypes. Schizoid loves complex, incomprehensible metaphors. Paranoid uses simple, forceful analogies, hungry as a dog. Hyperthymic active, lively metaphors. Profile of the pattern bearer. Traits: flexibility, imaginative thinking, ability to explain complex ideas simply, storyteller. Values: understanding, learning, transferring experience, creativity. Professions: teacher, coach, lecturer, storyteller, writer. Recognizable images: parables, metaphors and teaching, rapport as a dance, life as a mountain river, the film Forrest Gump, life as a box of chocolates. Boundaries of the pattern, what it's confused with. Important: do not confuse with comparison, better/worse, which relates to frame size change. Analogy is like, as if. Utilization and links. How they respond to this pattern. Analogy on analogy, accept and expand. Analogy in analogy. Accepting the opponent's analogy and developing it to change meaning. Reality strategy. Literal understanding of the analogy to break it. Typical links. Teaching story, analogy conclusion. Related techniques. NLP, metaphor isomorphism. Training. Exercise life as finding analogies for abstract concepts, pritch.ru. Chapter 10, Change frame size, from caves to stars. I can't afford this course. Imagine it's 5 years from now and you haven't changed a thing. Where will you be? Introduction to the concept. Let me invite you into a whimsical world where time and space are nothing more than pliable clay in the hands of a skilled sculptor. Every belief, every emotion can be reframed, flipped, and distorted, much like an old photograph viewed in a new light. The principle of changing frame size is akin to a time travel adventure. Imagine taking $100 and hopping into a time machine to Zimbabwe in 1923. In one moment, you'd be a wealthy individual, and in the next, just another tourist with a wallet full of worthless paper. Let's embark on this journey together to explore how we can leverage temporal frames to achieve peace of mind and transform our perceptions. Changing the temporal frame. Time, the past and the future. Time, as we know, is a fickle thing. It can deceive us, confuse us, and even inspire us. However, when we talk about temporal frames, we're discussing the ways we can harness its power to our advantage. Like a brilliant conductor orchestrating the symphony of time, we can guide our actions from the past to the future and back again. The future frame. Picture this. You're someone who fears the dentist more than facing an angry bull in a bullfight. But take a moment to consider, how will you feel 2 hours from now when all your fears are behind you and you, like a hero after battle, can take pride in having faced your challenge? Isn't that worth a moment of discomfort? The past frame. Now, let's rewind to childhood. Remember how shadows in the night seemed like monsters from your favorite fairy tales? Now, look back on that with a smile. How often do we fear what, over the years, becomes just another story for our children? We are the descendants of those who feared cave spirits, but went on to build great civilizations. A metaphorical example. Ray Kurzweil. Prophet or mad dreamer? He's a prime example of someone who masterfully utilized temporal frames in his thinking. Remember how he predicted the internet through lenses or digital immortality? Skeptics laughed. And now, 2 decades later, we're using what once seemed like pure fantasy. So why not view your problem from the perspective of a distant future? Like Elon Musk, who sees our world as just a stepping stone on the way to Mars. Perception positions, I, other, and observer. There's an old saying, 3 people look at the same moon, but each sees it differently. That's the magic of shifting perspectives. How often do we get stuck in our own viewpoint and fail to see the vastness of the horizon? 1. First position, that moment when we feel like the center of the universe. I want. A mantra we repeat over and over. But what if we could expand those boundaries? 2. Second position, other, allow yourself to become someone else. What's it like to be in another person's shoes? Feel their emotions, their desires. It's like putting on someone else's shoes. You'll feel every pebble, every rough patch of asphalt. 3. Third position, observer now. Imagine yourself on a cloud. You're a wise elder who sees everything from above. Rules are rules, you might say, like a retired judge who knows all about justice and injustice. Practical application. Let me share a story that could only happen in Russia. In Ryazan, on a day when spring is just beginning to warm the frosty earth with its first rays of sun, our student, hurrying to meet his son, was stopped by a traffic cop. March 8th, a day for women and blooming hopes. The cop, like Cerberus at his post, was unwilling to yield. A fine, he declared, as if chiseling that word from stone. But our student, possessing the art of frame shifting, didn't argue. He transformed into the persona of a father rushing to get a cake. "Officer," he said, appealing to the humanity in the cop, "I'm divorced. Seeing my son for just an hour is all I have." The cop, no longer just a guardian of the law, became a man with a heart. "Go ahead," he said, and in those words was more than just permission. Key questions for changing the frame. How often do we forget that just one question can change our lives? What if I look at this from 10 years in the future, or what would your cat say if it were in your shoes? These questions are like magic keys that unlock doors to new possibilities and solutions. So let's not be afraid to ask questions, my friends. Let them be silly, funny, even absurd. For within each lies a fragment of the truth we seek, much like pirates searching for treasure on deserted islands. So go ahead. Your adventure is just beginning. And remember, every frame is a new chance, a new perspective, and endless potential for change. Pattern profile and professions. The psychological profile of a person who frequently employs the language pattern of frame change includes traits such as wisdom, empathy, and visionary thinking. These individuals can perceive the world not only in the present, but across multiple temporal and spatial contexts. Their gestures are precise and directed, as if pointing the way through history or the future, leading others along with them. For them, the values of freedom and growth define their ability to see possible alternative outcomes, expanding both their own and others' horizons. This language pattern is professionally embedded in historians, futurists, and strategists. Historians use changes in the temporal frame to connect the past with the present, teaching us through historical examples. Futurists, on the other hand, confidently sketch the contexts of the future, influencing our vision of the coming decades and helping us adapt to them. Strategists formulate long-term plans, considering the consequences of decisions over time. Humanistic utilization, guru's strategy. In the humanistic approach, changing frame size is the ability to direct the interlocutor's attention, helping them see the situation in a broader context. Much like the mastery of a samurai Aikido practitioner, this technique allows one to harness inner energy and channel it toward transforming imagination, mood, and perspective. With this technique, one can help a person avoid getting stuck on the limitations of the moment and look further into the future, where their potential can be realized, or into the past, where previous successes can inspire confidence. Examples: non-combat. 1. In business. A. I don't see the point in this strategy because it's not yielding results right now. B. Try to imagine what opportunities will open up for us in a year if we invest in this approach now, based on the successes of earlier experiments. 2. In relationships. A. We always have the same problems. B. What if we look at our relationship through the lens of what we've already overcome? What skills have we developed, and how can that help us in the future? 3. In personal development. A. I'll never be as successful as those I look up to. B. What if we look 10 years ahead? What steps can you take to get where you want to be? What small changes today can create a whole new future for you? Pattern map. Change frame size. Working schema of the pattern. Refer to it when practicing the technique. This section is structured according to the formal model of the pattern and is intentionally presented dryly, as a blueprint next to a painting. Definition and presupposition. Strict definition. Changing the context, time, place, people to alter meaning. A shift along the timeline or perception positions. Basic presupposition. Changing the scale of perception can alter the meaning and interpretation of an event. Primary function. To increase or decrease context in order to change perception and interpretation of a situation. Goal of application. To alter perception of a situation by changing the context or scale in which it is considered. Shift of attention focus. Where we're taking away from where we're bringing to. Question: what is this specifically? Details: how does this look on a different scale? Context: orientation logic / details / rationality image / metaphor / right hemisphere. Type of thinking: critical / analytical associative / trance-like. Why it bypasses resistance. Changing frame size allows us to bypass fixed perceptions by providing a new perspective. Operational algorithm. 1. Identify the current frame. Determine the current context or scale in which the situation is being considered. 2. Change the scale. Increase or decrease the scale of perception using temporal or spatial changes. 3. Use linguistic markers. Apply words that indicate a change in scale, such as earlier, later, more, less. 4. Reassess the situation. Evaluate how the altered perception impacts the interpretation and meaning of the situation. Linguistic markers. To say, earlier, later, more, less, better, worse, compared to. But what about? Comparison with another person. Trigger words for recognizing the pattern in other speech. Earlier, later, in 5 years. Look at it from the outside. Put yourself in my shoes. In the scale of life. Compare, compared to, and others. Like, unlike, to, expensive / fast / slow. Comparison to a standard, relative to what? In the context of, smart enough, strong enough, for what? Nonverbal communication. Gestures indicating a change in scale, such as hand movements showing increase or decrease. Overall picture. Pointing gestures along the timeline, left, right, or back, forth. Positional shift gestures, a step to the side. Framing with hands. Application scenarios. Teaching / explaining, explaining the change in perception over time. Using the example of a bad grade in first grade, which is now viewed with humor. Negotiations, changing perception of future consequences. Presenting future success through a change in frame size. For instance, in 10 years, we'll be living like in paradise. Therapy / coaching, changing perception of current problems. Shifting focus to the future to alter perception of the current situation. Training dialogues. I missed my flight, it's terrible. Remember that bad grade in first grade? It felt like a tragedy then, but now it makes you smile. In a year, this missed flight might lead to something new. You used to say you hated kids on planes. I used to have one set of values. Now I'm a mom and my perspective has changed. People evolve over time. You don't love me. Right now, I might be angry, but if we look at our relationship over the last 10 years, isn't that love? This employee lacks experience. If we look at a 5-year perspective, experience can be gained, but personal qualities like his are hard to find. Profile of the pattern bearer. Traits: wisdom, visionary thinking, systemic thinking, empathy. Second position, detachment. Third position. Values: development, time, system, objectivity, understanding. Professions: historians, futurists, systems analysts, diplomats, directors. Recognizable images: the film Mr. Nobody, All Possible Futures, Ray Kurzweil. Futurology, the series Black Mirror. Boundaries of the pattern, what it's confused with. Key marker from Gerasimov, any comparison, explicit, X is better than Y, or implicit, this is expensive equals more expensive than what. This is change frame size. Important, dividing choices into contrasting chunks, do it yourself or don't do it at all, or shifting authorship / subjective action. It's not you asking. It's me asking is also change frame size. Utilization and connections. How they respond to this pattern. Shift in time, past / future, shift in position, I/you observer. Reality strategy. Using literal understanding to change perception. For example, where's my tail? Typical connections, consequences, linking through time, metaframe. Related techniques, NLP. Perception positions, timeline, 6-step reframing. Training. Exercise time machine, viewing from the future, 3 chairs, walking through perception positions. These examples demonstrate how the power of changing the temporal frame can be used for inspiration, building confidence, and creating new perspectives, all without resorting to aggression. gently guiding the interlocutor along the path in a world of possibilities. Chapter 11, Another Outcome, The Door in the Wall. I made a mistake. You didn't make a mistake. You found a way that doesn't work. The beginning of the story. My friends, imagine this scenario. You walk into a store and spot a stunning coat. It hangs on a mannequin, shimmering like a star in the night sky, and it seems as if it was made just for you. You try it on and realize it fits perfectly, as if you're James Bond on a secret mission. But suddenly, the price tag makes you feel like the hero of a different film, a tragic drama about financial disaster. This is too expensive, you exclaim, as if someone just hit you over the head with a calculator. And then, as if by magic, a sales associate appears with a smile that could melt the ice caps of Antarctica. But it's excellent quality and will last a lifetime, he says, as if casting a spell that transforms your doubts into confidence. This instant shift in focus is the essence of the alternative outcome technique. It's when we take one idea, one negative thought, and skillfully flip it into a realm of possibilities. Stories from which we learn. I'm reminded of a story from my childhood. There was a boy in our yard named Petya. He constantly complained that nothing ever went right for him. If he played soccer, the ball would inevitably end up in the wrong goal. If he decided to go fishing, he'd catch old boots instead of fish. One day, as he sat on a bench, panting in frustration, our wise neighbor, Uncle Vajia, approached him. "Petya, do you see that puddle?" he asked. "Yes," Petya replied glumly. "Well, for you, it's just a puddle, but for me, it's a lake of opportunities." Uncle Vajia pulled out a small boat he had made from tree bark and set it afloat. Petya watched in amazement as the little boat drifted across the puddle, and he began to understand. In any unfortunate event, there's something interesting or useful to be found. Discovering hidden opportunities, lessons from a marker. Now, dear listeners, let's return to our marker. What is a marker? A simple tool that allows us to jot down thoughts on paper or a board. But imagine that this marker isn't just a marker, it's an entire universe of possibilities. Observing students, I've seen how creatively they approach things. Once, one of the participants at our seminar suggested using a marker as an improvised back scratcher. At first, we all laughed, but think about how brilliant that approach is, using an object for something other than its intended purpose. Another participant unexpectedly tossed the marker to grab the audience's attention, and it worked. It seemed trivial, but there's so much creativity in that. Unintentional discoveries, an ode to serendipity. Let's turn our attention to the history of great inventions. As we know, chance is the best friend of discovery. Take Alexander Fleming, for example. Who would have thought that a forgotten test tube in a sink could lead to the discovery of penicillin? Or the story of the microwave. Scientist Percy Spencer, while working on radar technology, unexpectedly found that the chocolate bar in his pocket had melted. Instead of eating it and forgetting about it, he pondered why it happened, ultimately gifting us all the ability to make popcorn in mere minutes. Chaos and overcoming learned helplessness. Let's talk about chaos. Someone once said that order arises from chaos, and I can't help but agree. When plans fall apart, we have the opportunity to look at the situation from a different angle. Remember what Mikhail Prokhorov said, in chaos, there are opportunities. It's like finding yourself in a dense forest where it seems there's no path. But suddenly, by looking at things from a different perspective, you discover a route that no one noticed before. In life, just like in business, the ability to see opportunities and problems is a kind of defense against learned helplessness. When things don't go as planned, instead of giving up, you can say, now we have a chance to try something new. That's the essence of the alternative outcome technique. It helps us not only rethink events, but also find new paths and solutions within them. Keywords and phrases, shifting focus. Imagine that words are tools in the hands of a skilled magician. One such word is but. It allows us to shift focus to the positive. I was late, but I got some extra sleep. Or, by the way, which helps change the subject, you're yelling at me. By the way, your shoelace is untied. These words help dismantle old beliefs and view the situation from a new angle. In conclusion, the alternative outcome technique is a tool that not only allows us to rethink events, but also to find new paths and solutions, expanding the boundaries of what's possible. It helps us not just solve problems, but see new opportunities within them. And that's what makes our world so amazing and full of discoveries. Pattern profile and professions. A person who frequently employs the alternative outcome pattern typically exhibits chaotic and flexible thinking. They tend to make sudden shifts in the direction of their thoughts and actions, which can sometimes be perceived as unpredictability. Such individuals are characterized by optimism and curiosity. They can see opportunities where others see only obstacles. Their values include interest, ease, and creativity, and they can easily entertain themselves even in mundane situations. Their gestures often reveal chaotic hand movements, indicating an attempt to encompass multiple directions simultaneously. This linguistic trick is professionally embedded in representatives of creative professions, such as creatives and marketers. They constantly need to find new approaches and solutions, creating unexpected connections and proposals. This skill is essential for generating original and captivating ideas that lead to success in their field. Humanistic utilization, guru's strategy. The alternative outcome pattern can be used to help others rethink limiting beliefs. The guru approach involves gently guiding the conversation partner to realize the possibilities beyond their usual boundaries. We can direct their attention to positive outcomes they might not notice, using questions that steer them toward different perspectives. For instance, when someone expresses doubt or a negative judgment, we can redirect their focus to aspects that might be interesting or valuable. Instead of dismissing another person's genuine feelings, it's important to accept them as a starting point and then expand, adding new possibilities and positive sides. Examples, non-combat. Example 1, life. A. I'll never be able to learn how to skate. It's just not for me. B. How about considering it as a fun way to add some excitement to your workouts? Even if you don't become a pro, the process itself is a lot of fun. Example 2, business. A. Our company is always falling behind competitors because of our limited budget. B. What if we invite the team for a brainstorming session to create unconventional strategies that allow us to use our limitations as an advantage? Example 3, relationships. A. My partner and I often argue, and it's ruining our relationship. B. Maybe these arguments are hinting at topics you need to communicate about more? It's a great opportunity to understand each other better and strengthen your bond. With this approach, we not only help draw attention to the positive aspects, but also position ourselves as supportive and open, fostering growth and strengthening trust and understanding. Pattern map, another outcome. Working scheme of the pattern. Refer to it when practicing the technique. This section is structured according to the formal model of the pattern and is intentionally presented dry, like a blueprint next to a painting. Definition and presupposition. Strict definition. Changing the criteria for evaluating an event. Shifting focus to another goal or value that is also achieved in the given situation. Basic presupposition. It's possible to change the perception of a situation by shifting attention to other aspects or outcomes. Main function. To shift attention from the current perception to alternative possibilities or outcomes. Goal of application. To use creative thinking to shift attention and find alternative solutions or outcomes. Shifting focus of attention. Where we're taking away from where we're bringing to. Question: why is this so? Cause: what else is possible? Alternative. Orientation logic / cause and effect relationships creativity / alternative outcomes. Type of thinking: analytical / critical associative / creative. Why it bypasses resistance. Shifting attention allows us to avoid resistance and opens up new possibilities for perception and action. Operational algorithm. 1. Identify the current situation. Determine the current perception or problem you want to change. 2. Use the marker, but, or, by the way. Apply these markers to shift attention to other aspects or outcomes. 3. Shift attention. Redirect focus to alternative possibilities or outcomes using creative thinking. 4. Evaluate new opportunities. Assess the alternative outcomes and choose the most suitable for further action. Linguistic markers. Say, but, by the way, I'm doing name of action as a result. The question isn't about that, it's about. This isn't action, it's goal. We strive for. The main thing is, avoid leads to another pattern or undermines the effect. Actually, strictly speaking. In fact, trigger words for recognizing the pattern in someone else's speech. But, by the way, it's not about X, it's about Y, and you can also undocumented opportunities. Nonverbal communication. Chaotic movement to the side accompanying the phrase, it's not about this, it's about that. Overall picture. Chaotic gestures to the side, pushing away the problem, sharp change in intonation, smile, breaking the pattern. Application scenarios. Communication/negotiation. Discussing a high price. When talking about a high price, you might say, but it's domestically produced. Teaching/explanation. Teaching children. When a child asks to buy sweets, you can distract them. Look, a monkey. Therapy/coaching. Working with a client experiencing helplessness. Using sequential actions to overcome learned helplessness. Educational dialogues. It's expensive. It's not about the price, it's about the quality and durability you get for that money. Kids are a hassle. But they never let you be bored, and they fill the house with life and emotions. If you want something done right, do it yourself. By the way, the most large-scale and successful projects are done in teams, where everyone is a professional in their field. With this approach, we help not only draw attention to the positive aspects, but also maintain a position of support and open interaction, fostering development and strengthening trust and understanding. Pattern map, another outcome. Working scheme of the pattern. Refer to it when practicing the technique. This section is structured according to the formal model of the pattern and is intentionally presented dry, like a blueprint next to a painting. Definition and presupposition. Strict definition. Changing the criteria for evaluating an event. Shifting focus to another goal or value that is also achieved in the given situation. Basic presupposition. It's possible to change the perception of a situation by shifting attention to other aspects or outcomes. Main function. To shift attention from the current perception to alternative possibilities or outcomes. Goal of application. To use creative thinking to shift attention and find alternative solutions or outcomes. Shifting focus of attention. Where we're taking away from where we're bringing to. Question: why is this so? Cause: what else is possible? Alternative. Orientation logic / cause and effect relationships creativity / alternative outcomes. Type of thinking: analytical / critical associative / creative. Why it bypasses resistance. Shifting attention allows us to avoid resistance and opens up new possibilities for perception and action. Operational algorithm. 1. Identify the current situation. Determine the current perception or problem you want to change. 2. Use the marker, but, or, by the way. Apply these markers to shift attention to other aspects or outcomes. 3. Shift attention. Redirect focus to alternative possibilities or outcomes using creative thinking. 4. Evaluate new opportunities. Assess the alternative outcomes and choose the most suitable for further action. Linguistic markers. Say, but, by the way, I'm doing name of action as a result. The question isn't about that, it's about. This isn't action, it's goal. We strive for. The main thing is, avoid leads to another pattern or undermines the effect. Actually, strictly speaking. In fact, trigger words for recognizing the pattern in someone else's speech. But, by the way, it's not about X, it's about Y, and you can also undocumented opportunities. Nonverbal communication. Chaotic movement to the side accompanying the phrase, it's not about this, it's about that. Overall picture. Chaotic gestures to the side, pushing away the problem, sharp change in intonation, smile, breaking the pattern. Application scenarios. Communication/negotiation. Discussing a high price. When talking about a high price, you might say, but it's domestically produced. Teaching/explanation. Teaching children. When a child asks to buy sweets, you can distract them. Look, a monkey. Therapy/coaching. Working with a client experiencing helplessness. Using sequential actions to overcome learned helplessness. Educational dialogues. It's expensive. It's not about the price, it's about the quality and durability you get for that money. Kids are a hassle, but they never let you be bored, and they fill the house with life and emotions. If you want something done right, do it yourself. By the way, the most large-scale and successful projects are done in teams, where everyone is a professional in their field. With this approach, we help not only draw attention to the positive aspects, but also maintain a position of support and open interaction, fostering development and strengthening trust and understanding. Chapter 12. Model of the World. Introduction to the Model of the World pattern. Have you heard what British scientists say? This phrase can serve as a prelude to anything, from discussing the latest scientific breakthrough to describing a new way to brew tea. British scientists have become something of a meme, appealing to a sense of higher knowledge and authority. But what if your grandmother's opinion on how to properly pickle cucumbers holds just as much weight in certain circles? Well, at least in your family. So, let's embark on our journey through the mysterious corridors of the model of the world. Imagine you are a great illusionist standing on stage, with a magic wand in your hand. But this wand is not just a magician's tool, it's a genuine key to the minds of others. You can expand their horizons, unveil new perspectives, and even create a little confusion, which can be quite useful, especially if you're selling enigmatic products. The model of the world is not merely a set of theories, dry as a well-known English joke. It's your personal arsenal for expanding the boundaries of consciousness. By referencing significant sources, you not only strengthen a person's belief in their own convictions, but also invite them on a tour through the uncharted territories of thought. And who knows, perhaps it is there that they will discover a new truth hidden behind the dusty cabinets of familiar notions. The core idea of the pattern. Imagine that each belief is like a small room in a vast labyrinth of worldviews. Here you stand before it, key in hand, ready to unlock the door and release the person into a spacious hall filled with other doors, other beliefs. Why tear down the old when you can show that there's something else nearby, perhaps even more interesting? Every belief has its power and significance within a particular model of the world. It's like two sides of the same coin. In a world governed by the laws of physics, the assertion that an apple always falls down is an undeniable truth. However, in a fantasy world where apples can fly like drunken ladybugs, that statement simply loses its meaning. Why does this work? Psychology, you sly mistress. People love to prove they're right so much that they're willing to build entire castles of arguments, defending their beliefs down to the last brick. And here you are, like a nimble circus performer, suggesting not to fight but to explore. Why not invite people to put on imaginary 3D glasses and look at the world from a new perspective? This isn't provocation, it's an invitation to more flexible and expansive thinking. Types of references. And now we come to the most delectable part. Which authorities work best? Let's break this down with examples, as if we were savoring bite after bite of a delicious pie just pulled from the oven. Authorities. Imagination is more important than knowledge. That's how the old master Einstein loved to assert, his wild hair sparkling. When you reference the great physicist, it's like saying, here's a person who saw further than most of us. Now imagine you're sitting in the kitchen with your grandmother, and she's explaining how to properly knead pie dough. At that moment, she's your primary authority in cooking. Just like religious texts for believers or market experts for business people. These are the beacons that illuminate the path through the sea of information. Groups of people. Social norms, corporate practices, cultural differences, these are the invisible threads that connect us to society. Picture yourself at a party, and everyone is discussing the latest Spielberg film. All normal people have already seen it, they exclaim. And, suddenly, you feel awkward if you're not in the loop. In business, this dynamic works just as well. That's not how we do things in our company, you hear, and you realize your plan is fundamentally flawed. And in international negotiations, the phrase, Europeans do it differently, can save you from a cultural fiasco. The individual, in a different state. Those inner monologues and dialogues with oneself. Past experiences are that wise teacher who never tires of giving lessons. You said that yesterday, and suddenly, you're caught in the trap of your own words. And what about inner values? Deep down, you know, and feel how suddenly your true desires become apparent. Practical examples. Let's explore a few situations that will help you better understand how this works in real life. Without these, our conversation would be like a cake without the cherry on top. Belief: you shouldn't risk money. Imagine you're at a meeting with a potential investor. They look at you skeptically and say, "You shouldn't risk money." You smile and respond, "That's what people say who work for someone else." But investors say, "Risk is the price of reward." Which model do you choose? And suddenly, your conversation partner is pondering whether it might be worth raising the sails and setting off in search of new horizons. Or here's another option. Warren Buffett said, "Only risk what you're willing to lose." So, you can take risks, but wisely. And now you're not just suggesting risk, you're providing a recipe for how to minimize it. Belief: you have to endure. This is an outdated model, you say, adding, "In today's world, psychology claims that enduring is harmful to your health." And your conversation partner is already reconsidering whether patience is always a virtue. What if you sprinkle in a bit of Eastern wisdom? In the East, they say, patience is not the ability to wait, but how we behave while waiting. And suddenly, you're tuning into a wave of harmony and inner balance. Belief: the customer is always right. When your colleague starts a debate about the absolute correctness of the customer, you remind them, "Steve Jobs claimed, the customer doesn't know what they want until we show it to them." And now your company is ready to offer something new and amazing to the market. Or another example, as an experienced doctor, I'll tell you, if a doctor listens to the patient will die. The doctor knows better how to treat. And now you're trusting the expert who knows how to help you. Gesture of the pattern. Now let's add a bit of theater. Picture yourself on stage delivering your speech. Use an open palm gesture pointing to an imaginary person or group. They believe this. This will add confidence and persuasiveness to your presentation. The secret to successful application. Know that the pattern won't work if you reference an authority that holds no significance for your conversation partner. For example, it's pointless to quote the Bible to an atheist. Better to use Hawking or Dawkins. Therefore, calibration is crucial. Find out whom your conversation partner respects and quote them. Algorithm for applying the pattern. 1. Identify the belief. Find the key belief you want to reframe. 2. Choose a relevant model of the world. Determine whose worldview might be most convincing to your conversation partner. 3. Reference an authority. Provide a quote or argument from the chosen model of the world. 4. Connect to reality. Explain how this model applies to the current situation. 5. Create contrast. Show the difference between the current belief and the new model of thinking. 6. Reinforce the result. Ask your conversation partner to articulate how the new model might change their approach or perception. And that's all the magic, my friends. Use models of the world as keys to the locks of beliefs, and you'll see doors of opportunity opening before you. After all, each of us is the great director of our life's performance, and who knows what sets lie behind the next curtain of our thinking. Profile of the pattern and professions. People who frequently use the model of the world pattern typically possess a high level of ideation and confidence. They believe in their views and strive to influence and expand them onto others. These individuals may exhibit a certain snobbery and arrogance, especially if they are convinced of their correctness and the authority of their sources. Their gestures can be eloquent and persuasive, such as pointing to a group of people, as if placing them slightly aside from their ideal vision. This linguistic focus is professionally embedded in cultural anthropologists, travel bloggers, and brand evangelists. For cultural anthropologists, this is natural, as they constantly examine and compare worldviews from different cultures, helping others better understand and embrace these differences. Travel bloggers need persuasive and influential skills to narrate their journeys in a way that allows their audience to see the world through their eyes. Brand evangelists, who work on promoting ideas and values of a brand, masterfully wield this pattern to resonate with the hearts of their followers and clients. Humanistic utilization, guru's strategy. Wisely using this pattern means helping people open new horizons of thought, expanding their models of the world. Instead of tearing down old beliefs, focus on offering alternative viewpoints. This is a kind of linguistic aikido where you neither push nor destroy, but gently guide your conversation partners toward a broader and more complex perception of reality. Examples: non-combat. A. I'll never be able to make real friends after moving to a new city. B. Moves often provide the opportunity to find completely unexpected friends. Sometimes people discover true, like-minded individuals where they least expect it. Who do you think could become your new good friend? A. Our company will never be able to try something new because we have a very conservative leadership. B. Conservative leadership can be valuable because they understand stability. However, sometimes the most successful companies combine time-tested strategies with innovation. How can we propose new ideas in this context? A. In modern art, everything has already been said, nothing new is being created. B. What's wonderful is that art always reflects the current time and context. Each day brings new ideas and perspectives. Perhaps you just haven't encountered what can inspire you anew. Where do you seek your main sources of inspiration? Such responses foster trust and allow your conversation partner to explore their beliefs, enriching them with new parameters and possibilities. Pattern map, model of the world. Working scheme of the pattern. Refer to it when practicing the technique. This section is structured according to the formal model of the pattern and is intentionally presented dryly, as a blueprint next to a painting. Definition and presupposition. Strict definition. Reframing the source of judgment. Referencing an authority, another worldview, or a socio-cultural framework. Basic presupposition. People perceive the world through the lens of their stereotypes and authorities. Main function. To appeal to authorities and stereotypes to change beliefs and perceptions. Goal of application. To use authorities and stereotypes to influence the beliefs and perceptions of the conversation partner. Shift in focus of attention. Where we're leading from where we're leading to. Question: what does this really mean? How is this perceived through the lens of authority? Orientation logic / details / rationality image / stereotype / social influence. Type of thinking: critical / analytical associative / social. Why it bypasses resistance. Using authorities lowers resistance as people tend to trust recognized figures. Operational algorithm. 1. Identify the target belief. Identify the belief you want to change or reinforce. 2. Choose an authority. Determine which authority or stereotype will be most convincing for the conversation partner. 3. Connect with the authority. Use quotes, examples, or stories related to the chosen authority to support your message. Linguistic markers. Say, as someone said, according to. It is known that. According to. Avoid leads to another pattern or undermines the effect. Actually. In fact. Trigger words for recognizing the pattern in someone else's speech, as they say, according to statistics, from the perspective of, in culture, as someone wrote, for someone this is. Nonverbal communication. Pointing to an imaginary figure of authority nearby. Overall gesture, pointing finger upward, to the authority, gesture of quoting, air quotes, spreading hands, showing the breadth of opinions. Application scenarios. Negotiations. Convince the conversation partner of the benefits of a deal. Reference successful people who have already taken advantage of this opportunity. Teaching. Explaining complex concepts. Use examples from the lives of renowned scientists or experts in the field. Therapy / coaching. Helping a client change beliefs. Refer to authoritative opinions that support the desired changes. Learning dialogues. That's impossible to do. From the perspective of 19th century physics, yes, but modern science says otherwise. You have to work hard. In Japanese culture, that's the norm, but we live in a world where effectiveness matters more than the number of hours. That's too risky. As someone from the great investors said, the biggest risk is not taking a risk. Profile of the pattern bearer. Traits: authoritativeness, erudition, confidence, referencing sources, hierarchical. Values: authority, tradition, statistics, science, rules. Professions: scientists, clergy, statisticians, journalists, referencing sources, doctors. Recognizable images. The series, House of Cards, quoting the Quran for justification, quotes from great people, Steve Jobs, Musk, statistics. Boundaries of the pattern, what it's confused with. Important. A direct quote from pop culture, for example, as Ned Stark from Game of Thrones said, or referencing rules/laws, is always 100% model of the world, as it draws on someone else's worldview to justify an action. Utilization and connections. How to respond to this pattern. Reference and authority. Shift the frame, cultural/professional. Typical connections. Intention model of the world. You want what's best, but statistics say. Related techniques. NLP. Metaprograms. Internal/external reference. Other. Social proof. Cialdini. Training. Exercise. Quotation book. Find a quote for any belief. Devil's advocate. Argue from the perspective of different groups. Chapter 13. Reality Strategy. The Great Hunt for Truth. Where did you get that from, oh incomparable knower of truths? And how did you even come up with that? My friends, imagine this. You set out for a fishing trip, but instead of a fishing rod, you're juggling only fishing nets woven from hopes and dreams. It's like searching for treasure in sandy dunes full of mirages. Just like that, we dive into the depths of human beliefs, armed only with curiosity and a dash of audacity. But let's not dwell on mirages. Instead, let's dissect the real trick that, like a clever magician, makes us believe in illusions. This mysterious trick is the very process of belief formation. The mysterious mechanism of beliefs. Picture this. We're not challenging beliefs recklessly, like knights in a tournament fighting for honor and glory. Rather, we're trying to understand where they come from. So, our question to you is, how, dear friend, did this belief of yours come to be? We plunge into the contemplative depths, like divers exploring the enigmatic waters of human thought. What is this all about? Between what happens in the world and what we hold sacred as truth lies something mysterious and unexplored, the process of encoding information. People, like highly sensitive radars, pick up everything visible, audible, and even tangible around them. It's as if we, like artists, paint our own pictures of the world on a canvas filled with colors and shades. Our task is to don the detective's hat and guide people back to the source, to what they truly felt and perceived through their senses. After all, as an unknown sage once said, the path to truth lies through the awareness of one's own misconceptions. Why does this work? Now, dear ones, let's pay attention to why this method possesses such magical power. The psychology of beliefs is cunningly structured, like a labyrinth with mirrored walls. Our convictions are often built on shaky ground of subjective assumptions rather than on a solid foundation of indisputable facts. It's like deciding to build a skyscraper on a swamp, a gust of wind, and everything could collapse like a house of cards made from newspapers. The reality strategy compels people to reassess their foundations, like a wise builder checking the foundation before embarking on a grand construction. If the foundations are weak, then the entire edifice of beliefs may wobble like a house of cards in a draft. Cognitive distortions such as confirmation bias or the illusion of control can skew our perception of reality. This pattern, like a detective, helps separate the wheat of facts from the chaff of interpretations, allowing us to see the bigger picture more clearly, without rose-colored glasses. Tools for exploration. Well, we have questions. How did you come to that conclusion, O thinker? This is like a mysterious key to a treasure chest. What exactly did you see or hear that led to this conclusion? A question capable of dispelling the fog of assumptions. On what facts is your logical tower built? This is akin to inviting someone for a stroll through their own subconscious, exploring every nook and cranny. Real-life stories. Now that we're warmed up, let's switch to a dramatic scene that you'll play out before your eyes. Picture a heartbroken girl. She gazes out the window, as if into the distant horizon, and sighs sadly, "He doesn't love me." These words sound like a melancholic melody on a violin, casting a shadow of sorrow. You, as the wise mentor, how did you come to that understanding, dear? What did he do or not do? Did he outright say, "I don't love you"? Or did he just switch to a football game instead of buying you flowers? She, bewildered, "Well, he was looking at his phone while I was talking." You, with a sly smile, "So, to you, looking at his phone equals doesn't love?" Interesting. Maybe he was just waiting for an important message from the office. Now here's another scene, this time from the world of business giants. Imagine a businessman lamenting, "We're not going to succeed." His words sound like a sentence handed down by a merciless judge. You, as an experienced coach, what makes you so sure? Did you run the numbers, my friend? Do you have statistical data, or is this just intuition, like Nostradamus? He, pondering, "It just seems that way." You, "So it's intuition." Let's return to the facts, like Captain Nemo to his submarine. And now, dear ones, allow me to share yet another story, this time about shopping. Someone complains, "This is too expensive." These words sound like a curse cast upon the wallet. You, compared to what? Oh, incomparable economist? What's your price benchmark? Did you see it cheaper somewhere else, or were you just expecting a different amount, like in the tale of the golden fish? Adventures of the method in life. When we prompt the interlocutor to return to their sensory memories, what they saw or heard, it often turns out that our king is indeed without clothes. For instance, the belief, "everything is terrible," breaks down into "the bus was late and my tights ripped." The bus was late is not "everything is terrible," but merely one of those little things that make up our lives. The gesture of the sage. When you ask questions from this pattern, make a gesture as if you're putting on magical glasses. This hints that it's important to see and hear everything with your own eyes and ears. Did you see that? Ask with a sly grin. Viral beliefs. Sometimes a person insists, "That's what I was told." This is where the reality strategy comes into play. You inquire, "Who told you that? How do they know? Are they an expert, or just someone who likes to gossip?" Life stories. In the business world. Imagine a corporate meeting. One participant, furrowing his brow with concern, declares, "This project is doomed to fail." His words hang in the air like a dark cloud, a grim prophecy. You, as an experienced strategist, why do you think that, oh wise one? Are there specific metrics or data to support this, or is it merely a ghost of your past experience? In the family circle, Dad sits at dinner and says, "The child never studies." These words sound like a sentence that is about to be carried out. You, as a kind teacher, on what is this statement based, O beacon of knowledge? What specific results were you expecting? Is it possible there were times when he showed interest or success, like a young Leonardo? Step-by-step strategy. 1. Identify the statement. Clearly articulate the subject of conversation, like a chef preparing a gourmet dish. After all, without a recipe, you might cook up a mess, but it's unlikely to be palatable. 2. Ask key questions. Use the golden questions from our pattern to get to the heart of the matter, like an experienced archaeologist uncovering an ancient relic. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack, but with a metal detector. 3. Return to the facts. Help the interlocutor identify the original data or observations that led them to such a belief. It's like finding that very brick from which the wall began. 4. Analyze the interpretation. Engage in a friendly conversation about the conclusions and their validity. This exploration results in the birth of a new truth, like a date palm in the oasis. 5. Reassess the conclusions. Reevaluate the belief in light of new facts, like a critic assessing a painting at an exhibition. It's like seeing the starry sky through a telescope. A multitude of new details opens up to view. Final word. This pattern transforms opinion back into facts. And with facts, as we know, it's easier to work than with fickle opinions. We help people reassess imposed or erroneous beliefs, regain control over their own thinking, and make more informed decisions, much like an experienced captain steering a ship through a storm to a calm harbor. So, friends, armed with this strategy, you'll be able not only to recognize misconceptions, but also to guide people toward an awareness of reality, freeing their minds from the shackles of their own illusions. May truth unfold before you, like a new continent before an explorer. Profile of the pattern and professions. A person who frequently employs the reality strategy is typically serious, logical, and grounded. Directness and a focus on facts dominate their world. Such individuals value efficiency, confidence, and clarity, which manifests in their tendency to view the world through the lens of objective data and empirical facts. Their gestures are often accompanied by downward compressive movements. They tend to lower their tone of voice and occasionally touch their eyes or ears, as if checking the quality of information perception. This expresses their skepticism and meticulousness. This linguistic trick is professionally embedded in the following professions. Investigator. They need to accurately separate facts from fiction, conducting investigations based on concrete evidence and avoiding biases. Diagnostic doctor. With the skill to clarify symptom details, they build diagnoses based on an objective picture, facts, and data from examinations. Scientist. The inclination to test hypotheses, observe objectively, and conduct experiments requires constant reference to real facts and controlled conditions. Humanistic utilization. Guru's strategy. The reality strategy can be used not for criticism, but for the positive transformation of beliefs, helping people see the truth hidden behind walls of assumptions and subjective interpretations. It's important to lead with empathy and openness, inviting the interlocutor to view the same situation from a different perspective, drawing attention to possible shortcomings in their perception without blaming them for inexperience or foolishness. Examples: non-combat. Business. A. Our proposal will fail because customers just aren't interested in this product. B. What exactly did customers say or do that led to that conclusion? Perhaps we can revisit their feedback in a new light and uncover hidden opportunities. Relationships. A. He never listens to me, and he doesn't care about my point of view. B. Let me know in what situations this happens. Have there been times when he reacted differently? Sometimes people show attention in various ways. Life. A. I'll never be able to learn this language. It's too hard for me. B. What has shown you that this is the case? Perhaps you can recall moments when you mastered complex skills? Starting with small steps, the results may surprise you. Pattern map. Reality strategy. Working scheme of the pattern. Refer to it when practicing the technique. This section is structured according to the formal model of the pattern and is intentionally presented dryly, like a blueprint next to a painting. Definition and presupposition. Strict definition. Identification of the strategy for encoding experience. Referring to sensory evident evidence, VK, visual, auditory, kinesthetic. Disruption of hallucinations. Also, stating an indisputable fact, name, status, location, as a way to ground emotional evaluation. This is not terrible, it's company's ESL. Basic presupposition. Reality is subjective and formed through perception, attribution, and interpretation of experience. Main function. To use facts, statistics, and personal experience to verify and challenge statements, revealing the truth or falsehood of beliefs. Goal of application. To verify and challenge statements by referring to facts, statistics, and personal experience to uncover the truth or falsehood of beliefs. Shift of focus. Where we lead from where we lead to. Question: how did you come to that understanding? What facts support this? Orientation, subjective perception, objective data. Type of thinking, interpretative analytical. Why it bypasses resistance. Using facts and statistics makes disputing a statement more complex, as they are perceived as objective and indisputable. Operational algorithm. 1. Identify the statement. Determine the statement or belief you want to verify or challenge. 2. Gather data. Collect facts, statistics, or personal experiences that may confirm or refute the statement. 3. Compare with reality. Compare the statement with the gathered data to determine its truth or falsehood. 4. Challenge or confirm. Use the data to challenge or confirm the statement, providing specific examples and facts. Linguistic markers. Say, in fact, according to statistics. Research shows. Avoid leads to another pattern or undermines the effect. I think. It seems to me. Perhaps. Trigger words for recognizing the pattern in someone else's speech. How did you come to that understanding? How do you know that? What exactly did you see/hear? What are the facts? What is the basis for this statement? Nonverbal communication. Pointing to an imaginary chart or graph to emphasize the use of data. Indicating the source of information, such as a book or document. Overall picture. Pointing to eyes/ears. Did you see? Did you hear? Gestures of weighing facts, grounding gestures, palms down. Application scenarios. Discussions/debates. Challenging the statement that children are a hassle. Using personal experience or statistics to show that children can bring joy and fulfillment, not just problems. Teaching/explanation. Explaining the importance of facts in decision-making. Providing historical examples to show how misinterpretation of facts led to erroneous decisions. Negotiations/bribes. Hidden communication. Discussing financial terms. Using statistics and facts to justify the proposed price or terms of the deal. Educational dialogues. Nobody loves me. How did you come to that understanding? Did you survey all 7 billion people? Or did someone specific not smile at you today? I won't succeed at anything. What is the basis for that prediction? Where exactly in your past experience is the future recorded? He's a mean person. What exactly did he do? Did he hit you? Yell? Or did he just look at you differently than you expected? How the pattern sounds in different psychotypes. Paranoid uses simple, forceful analogies and facts to confirm their beliefs. Profile of the pattern bearer. Traits. Skepticism, meticulousness, observance, realism, groundedness. Values. Facts, sensory experience, I see/hear/feel, evidence, reality. Professions. Investigators, journalists, fact-checking, doctors, diagnosticians, experimental scientists. Recognizable images. Elizabeth Loftus, false memories, fact-checking, investigation, interrogation, the matrix, what is reality? Utilization and connections. How they respond to this pattern. Questioning the source of knowledge, detailing sensory experience. Reality strategy. Literal understanding of an analogy for its dismantling. Using facts and statistics to show the mismatch of analogy with reality. Typical connections. Reality strategy separation, detailing facts. Related techniques. NLP, metamodel, strategies, TT, submodalities. Others, critical thinking. Training. Exercise interrogation to clarify details to the minutiae, sensory justification to describe only observable facts. Such approaches help delicately and respectfully lead a person to reevaluate or supplement their internal map of reality, doing so through understanding and support. Chapter 14, Counterexample, the Black Swan. All swans are white. What about the black swans in Australia? One exception can dismantle the rule. Expanding the horizons of exceptions. Imagine this moment. You stand atop the peak of the mountain of generalizations. Your eyes embrace an endless horizon filled with eternal truths and unbreakable laws. The air is thick with phrases like, all apples are red or all roads lead to Rome. How deceptively simple these statements are, how sweetly they wrap around the mind like ribbons of honey. But wait, step closer, peek behind a stone, and there you'll find a little green apple standing guard over the truth, like a knight in shining armor. Here it is, our hero of the day, the counterexample. First steps into the world of exceptions. Have you ever considered how powerful these little green apples can be in our arsenal against dogmas and stereotypes? It's as if you've donned the robe of a wizard, ready to rewrite ancient legends. Each time we discover an exception, it's like carving a new path through the thicket of old beliefs. Let's explore together how this technique of neurolinguistic programming becomes our steadfast shield in the battle against rigid minds. An exception that changes the rules. How often do you hear, if you do A, then you get B? This statement sounds like an architectural masterpiece, sturdy and monumental, until you notice it's built from fragile cards. Find one, but one exception, and that cardboard house will collapse the moment you blow on it. Thus, our task is simple. Seek out that very exception, and you'll see how a whirlwind of change sweeps away the cover of generalizations. Searching for exceptions, an Indiana Jones adventure. Imagine you've discovered an ancient map leading to treasures. But instead of mountains of gold and precious gems, it points to various assertions that you must test for their strength. When A doesn't lead to B. Picture this assertion. Big money is always tied to dishonesty. Oh, how it sounds like a fearsome orchestra. But you, like a detective, raise an eyebrow and ask, what about Elon Musk? He's not only wealthy, but also known for his boldness and integrity. Could his success be a result of playing fair? When B happens without A. Someone claims, without deceit, you can't achieve wealth. You chuckle and shake your head, adding, what do you say about the many fraudsters who end up with nothing but problems and lawsuits, like heroes from tragic films? When neither A nor B align. Here's a paradox. Honest work doesn't always lead to wealth. How sad yet life-affirming. We all know stories of people who toil tirelessly yet remain just as poor. But here lies a lesson. Should we seek happiness solely in money? The art of dismantling generalizations. A battle of minds. Let me tell you how to expose generalizations, like a master magician revealing the secrets of his tricks. How often have you heard the phrase, all men are scoundrels? Let's approach this belief with the insight of a detective and ask, what about your grandfather? He probably doesn't fit that mold, does he? And, just like that, a single mention of grandpa can shake the foundation of that false assertion. The story of the Black Swan. Let's dive into the world of literature by picking up Nassim Taleb's book, The Black Swan. In the past, Europeans firmly believed that all swans were white. But one day, upon discovering a black swan in Australia, their belief crumbled like a house of cards. This example embodies the idea that one exception can overturn established perceptions. The psychology of rebels, keys to the system. How do hackers and revolutionaries break systems? They find those very exceptions that become keys to dismantling old orders. Some might recall Kevin Mitnick, the infamous hacker. He wasn't chasing wealth, he sought to prove his skills, hacking systems for the sheer thrill of it. This is a true demonstration of the counter-example strategy in real life. Cultural differences. Surprisingly, the perception of this technique varies by country. For instance, in disciplined Germany, exceptions might cause confusion, as every rule is taken literally. Meanwhile, in our land, where a red light is often seen as a suggestion, we are more flexible in such matters. This flexibility allows us to adapt quickly and find exceptions. Application in everyday life, from parenting to activism. Parenting. A child refuses to do homework, and instead of punishment, you employ the counterexample technique. If you don't do your homework, you won't have the computer for a week, you say. But this isn't punishment, it's merely demonstrating natural consequences. And just like that, the child learns to see cause and effect relationships in action. An example of activism. Let's recall Alexei Navalny's Rosyama project. Instead of merely shouting about problems, he proposed flooding the system with complaints. This strategy, based on the counterexample, led to improved roads rather than the collapse of the system. Feedback. Criticism as a growth point. If you have no critics, perhaps you're not generating interest. Every critique is an opportunity for growth, a pathway to improvement. Feedback can become that very counterexample that allows you to rise to a new level. Exercise. Find the exception. Try to identify someone who stands out in a group. This will help you develop the ability to notice the unusual, find exceptions, and devise strategies for their use. The more differences you find, the sharper your perception will become. Conclusion. The triumph of paradoxes. The counterexample is a tool that allows you to pop the inflated balloons of pretentious generalizations. Use it to discover resources, opportunities, and inspiration in the most unexpected exceptions. At the very least, it's a reason for a good debate and a deeper understanding of the world around us. For it is in contradictions that truth is born, and in exceptions, we find our path to freedom. Pattern profile and professions. People who frequently employ the linguistic trick of the counterexample typically exhibit pronounced traits of uniqueness and independence. They are skeptical of commonly accepted truths and strive to find exceptions that demonstrate the possibility of alternative approaches or perspectives on issues. Such individuals often seek justice and their own version of the truth. Using gestures, they seem to extract something unique from the general context, which serves as evidence for their point of view. This linguistic trick is professionally embedded in revolutionaries, critics, and testers. Revolutionaries. Their task is to break established norms and propose new approaches. To convince others of the need for change, they often present counterexamples that demonstrate the limitations of existing systems. Critics. constantly searching for inconsistencies in works of art, scientific papers, or political decisions is their bread and butter. They use counterexamples to highlight the inefficacy or fallibility of the subjects of their analysis. Testers. Their job is to find those green apples in products or systems that expose the weaknesses in developers' claims about the perfection of their creations. Humanistic utilization. Guru's strategy. Using the focus of counterexamples in a humanistic way, the goal is to gently and delicately expand the interlocutor's worldview. By accepting their beliefs and adding exceptions, we effectively open a new horizon, fostering personal and social growth. It resembles Aikido, where the energy of the interlocutor's assertions is redirected onto more constructive and productive tracks. Examples: non-combat. Life. A. All kids today are just obsessed with gadgets and don't want to read books. B. That's a popular opinion, although I know children who enjoy reading just as much as spending time online. Perhaps books were especially cherished in their homes from a young age. Business. A. Success is only possible if you have connections in the right circles. B. Connections certainly help, but I know many examples where sincere self-improvement and genuine passion for the work led to success. For instance, Howard Schultz, the founder of Starbucks, initially gained recognition through his vision and hard work. Relationships. A. In modern relationships, trust is impossible. Everyone just deceives each other. B. That can certainly happen, but I also know many couples whose relationships are built on deep trust and mutual support. In such pairs, it seems that openness and the ability to share feelings play a key role. Pattern map, counterexample. Working scheme of the pattern. Refer to it when practicing the technique. The section is structured according to the formal model of the pattern and is intentionally presented dryly, like a blueprint next to a painting. Definition and presupposition. Strict definition. The search for an exception to the rule, counterexample, that disproves or questions a generalization. The black swan. Basic presupposition. For every statement or belief, there exists an example that disproves or questions it. Main function. To weaken or dismantle a belief by providing examples that contradict or refute it. Application goal. To provide alternative examples or contexts that contradict or refute the current belief, thereby weakening its influence. Shifting focus of attention. Where we lead from where we lead to. Question: why is this true? Confirmation: has it ever been different? Counterexample. Orientation belief/evidence alternatives/exceptions. Type of thinking: critical/analytical associative/creative. Psychological basis. The brain perceives contradictions as an opportunity to reassess beliefs. Why it bypasses resistance. Counterexamples provoke cognitive dissonance, which can lead to changes in beliefs. Operational algorithm. 1. Identify the belief. Determine the statement or belief you wish to challenge. 2. Find a contradictory example. Locate an example or situation that contradicts or refutes the given belief. 3. Present the counterexample. Introduce the contradictory example in the context of the discussion, using markers like, what if it was the case that? 4. Discuss the consequences. Explore how the counterexample might alter the perception or understanding of the belief. Linguistic markers. To say, what if it was the case that? Sometimes. Not always. Are there exceptions? Or maybe the opposite. To avoid leads to another pattern or undermines the effect. Always. Never. All. Trigger words for recognizing the pattern in other speech. Is it always? Was it ever the case that? Are there exceptions? Or maybe the opposite. Is it really true for everyone without exception? Nonverbal communication. Arms spread wide, as if showing alternative paths. Gestures pointing in different directions, symbolizing various examples. The extraction gesture, as if pulling one item from a pile. The discarding gesture to the side. Head tilt, doubt. Overall pattern. The extraction gesture, as if pulling one item from a pile. The discarding gesture to the side. Head tilt, doubt. Application scenarios. Teaching/explanation. Explaining a complex concept through examples. Kids are a hassle. Was there ever a time when kids brought joy and help? Negotiations/discussions. Challenging categorical statements. All men are bad. Do you know at least one good man? Therapy/coaching. Working with limiting beliefs. I always have to do everything myself for it to be good. Was there ever a time when someone else did something well for you? How the pattern sounds in different psychotypes. Schizoid may use complex and multi-layered counterexamples. Paranoid prefers simple and straightforward examples. Hyperthymic uses vivid and emotional examples. Profile of the pattern bearer. Traits. Opposition, critical thinking, unconventional mindset, search for vulnerabilities, a hacker mentality. Values. Truth, exceptions, freedom from rules, variability. Professions. Hackers, testers, lawyers, attorneys, revolutionaries, oppositionists. Recognizable figures. Nazim Taleb, The Black Swan, Kevin Mitnick, Hacker, the film Catch Me If You Can, Sherlock Holmes, Searching for Inconsistencies. Utilization and connections. How they respond to this pattern. Searching for exceptions in the past, timeline, searching for exceptions in others, modeling, inversion, A doesn't lead to B. Analogy in analogy. Using analogies to present counterexamples. Life is like a river, but sometimes it's calm, not turbulent. Reality strategy. Presenting real examples that contradict the belief. You say everything is bad, but here's an example when it was otherwise. Typical connections. Counterexample reality strategy. How did you come to that conclusion? Was there a case when it was not so? Related techniques. NLP. Unpacking generalizations, metamodel, universal quantifiers. Others. Falsifiability, Karl Popper. Training. Exercise, Black Swan, search for exceptions everywhere. System hack, find a loophole in the rule. Debates, playing the opposition. Thus, counterexamples help not only to dismantle rigid generalizations, but also to create space for new opportunities and understanding, opening more balanced and nuanced perspectives on the world around us. Chapter 15. Hierarchy of Criteria. Scales of Destiny. That's too expensive. I agree, price is important. But what matters more to you, saving money now or being sure it will serve you for many years to come? Introduction to the Hierarchy of Criteria. Dear friends, picture this. You are on a stage, in a fantastical kingdom, where the audience is filled with eager eyes, like stars, all focused on you. These eyes are not just watching, they are absorbing every gesture, every intonation, every word you utter. And in this moment, like a conductor, you raise your hand as if reaching for the heavens. Your voice resonates like a symphony, captivating and drawing everyone into a magical journey through the world of the hierarchy of criteria. This is not just a technique, it is the 12th and perhaps the most majestic of all language tricks that I will present to you today. Each of us, like an artist, paints the picture of our lives using a palette of values. It's as if you stand before your canvas, brush in hand. What colors will you choose? What emotions will you infuse? Some values are important, others are even more significant, while some reign supreme, like kings on their thrones. And so, my dear audience, this linguistic trick allows us to take our interlocutor's criterion and overlap it with a higher criterion, as if we are playing a game of intellectual chess, where each move can change the entire course of the game. Let me share a story that I hope will help you grasp the power of the hierarchy of criteria. The Tale of the Knight and the Dragon. Once upon a time, there was a knight who dreamed of greatness and glory, like the light of a star, unreachable yet enticing. He wanted to become a famous hero and win the heart of the most beautiful princess in the kingdom. His entire existence was devoted to this goal. But alas, a terrible dragon stood in the way of fame and love, fearsome and majestic, like nature itself. And he had to be defeated. One day, our hero, gripping his sword as if dreaming of victory, set off toward the monster's lair. The dragon, it turned out, possessed quite a philosophical mind and asked the knight, "Why have you come to me, mortal?" "I protect this forest and its inhabitants." The knight, without a second thought, replied, "Glory is the most important thing in the world." It seemed to be his axiom, his truth, hidden beneath a veil of ambition. Then the dragon chuckled, as if he had heard an old joke and said, "But isn't saving the lives of innocent creatures more important than glory?" The knight paused, like a chess player realizing his king is in danger. Suddenly, he understood that the reptile was right. He returned home, not having slain the dragon, but having become a true hero in the eyes of the kingdom's inhabitants. For true heroism lies not in glory, but in the ability to see beyond one's own ambitions. 5 Meanings of Life, Pyramid of G. To master this tool, one must understand where to aim, like an archer selecting a target among the stars. In the world of NLP and my research, 5 levels of higher meanings or essential states stand out. These meanings resonate with archetypes that have lived in our collective memory for centuries. Let us embark on this journey and explore each of them in more detail. Recognition, archetype, the child. Have you ever seen how little children strive for love and approval? They, like sunflowers, reach for the light of praise and recognition. These little beings are willing to do anything to win your attention and approval, as if it were their personal Everest. This is the first level. Imagine a young writer who fears criticism. His fear of being ridiculed can paralyze his creativity, like a harsh frost freezing inspiration. But if you encourage him to envision himself as a famous author whose books are read by millions, fear gives way to excitement and inspiration, like ice cracking to make way for spring streams. Pleasure/drive/life, archetype, the trickster. That sweet taste of adrenaline that makes us feel alive. Do you remember how, in our teenage years, we did crazy things just to feel that thrill? This is the second level. Once, a friend of mine said, "That's dangerous." I replied, "Yes, it is dangerous. But isn't that the flavor of real life?" And you know what happened? The next day, he went skydiving and then recounted it with such passion that even I felt chills, as if I had jumped alongside him. Mission/love/service, archetype, the warrior. The third level is something greater than ourselves. It is a grand purpose for which one can endure any hardship. A warrior is someone who gives all their strength for something bigger, like a burning wick illuminating the path in darkness. Recall the legend of building a magnificent temple. The workers toiled from dawn till dusk, and one of them, tired and weary, said, "It's so hard to work 12-hour days." He was answered, "But when you know you are building a temple, does fatigue even matter?" And he continued to work, uplifted by this thought, like a bird finding an updraft. Harmony/calmness/acceptance, archetype, the master. The fourth level is the pursuit of harmony and tranquility. It's like a cozy evening by the fireplace while a blizzard rages outside, and you are warm and at peace, as if at the center of the universe. It's when you understand that everything in this world has its order and time, like clocks ticking away each second without haste. Imagine you are late for a meeting. Anxiety and stress make your heart race, like a frantic drummer in a rock band. But if you pause and tell yourself, everything happens in its own time. If we're late, then that's how the universe intended it. You will feel a sense of peace and calm wash over you, like warm tea soothing your soul on a cold day. Unity, archetype, the magician/sage/Buddha. The fifth level is the understanding that we are all one. It's the realization that in the grand scheme of eternity, all our petty worries and conflicts are insignificant. It's like drops in the ocean, which are part of something vast and great. When someone says, "He cheated me out of my money," you can respond, "In the grand scheme of eternity, we are all just streams of energy." And this response not only comforts, but also frees you from the burden of grievances, as if a heavy backpack has suddenly vanished from your shoulders, opening the way to new horizons. Algorithm for application. So, how does this work in practice? Imagine you are a master of this technique, like a virtuoso on the flute. Listen to the belief. Picture this. Your friend asserts, big money can only be made through hard, dishonest work. Hear him out. Understand what lies behind those words. Perhaps it's safety or a desire for harmony, like wanting to return to a cozy home after a long journey. Identify the intention and elevate it. What needs lie behind this belief? Safety? Calmness? Perhaps it's a yearning for harmony, like wanting to touch the stars through the lens of earthly concerns. Join and lead upward. Say, I agree, money is a serious test. But when you have true harmony within yourself with the world, and your interlocutor will see new horizons, like a traveler discovering new continents. Important nuances. Intonation. Speak softly, with warmth and confidence, as if telling a story by the campfire. Gestures. Point upward, inviting your interlocutor to look at the stars hidden behind the clouds. Frequency. Use sparingly. This is heavy artillery. Precision is more important than frequency, just as a precise hammer strike is more valuable than multiple misses. Example with the temple. Imagine religious structures like cathedrals and mosques. Their soaring arches compel us to look up, awakening a sense of belonging to something great, as if we ourselves become part of that grandeur. When someone says, "I'm afraid to start a business. What if I fail?" respond with, "Fear is normal. But in 20 years, you will regret not what you did and failed at, but what you never tried to achieve your dream." And when a person understands this, their fears retreat before the greatness of the goal, like fog dissipating under the rays of the sun. Conclusion. The hierarchy of criteria is a tool for creating motivation and opening new horizons by amplifying the scale of discussion. We are not arguing about price. We are talking about value. If you know which of the 5 meanings is paramount for a person, you can sell them any idea, packaging it in this wrapping. Remember, friends, that within each of us lives a little hero yearning for great achievements, just as every seed holds the potential of an entire tree. And every step we take can be the beginning of a new, thrilling, and inspiring story. Profile of the pattern and professions. Individuals who frequently use the hierarchy of criteria pattern typically exhibit traits such as obsession and fanaticism, alongside determination and rigidity. They are devoted to their ideals and principles, as if they are parts of their identity. Their commitment, bordering on dependency, expresses their desire to belong to something greater, to do their work effectively and with maximum impact. Such individuals may employ specific gestures, like pointing upward and straightening their posture, emphasizing their drive to express their beliefs and the supremacy of their ideas. This linguistic trick is professionally embedded in religious figures and ideologists. In these professions, the ability to distance oneself from simple criteria and promote higher values and ideals is essential for inspiring and motivating others. Religious figures, for example, are trained to elevate the importance of spiritual aspects over material ones, making them masters of the hierarchies of criteria. Humanistic utilization, guru's strategy. The idea of humanistic utilization of the hierarchy of criteria lies in using this pattern to expand the interlocutor's worldview. The goal is to gently redirect the energy of beliefs toward higher and wiser purposes, much like a guru. Such interactions help people see a broader perspective and realize that some beliefs and goals can be redefined to make their lives fuller and more harmonious. Examples: non-combat. 1. Business. A. Constant profit for the company is the most important thing. It's the only thing that matters. B. Of course, profit is important, but can't a healthy work culture and customer satisfaction lead to even greater and more stable profits? 2. Relationships. A. It's important to always control relationships so no one thinks they can take advantage of you. B. Maybe control is important, but what about building trust and mutual respect? Such relationships are usually more lasting and profound. 3. Personal life. A. Strength and endurance in training are the most important. Without them, you won't achieve anything. B. I agree, strength is important. But perhaps caring for health and mental balance will make your achievements more sustainable and joyful. Each of these examples illustrates how wisely and non-aggressively one can elevate the discussion to a higher level, fostering harmony and understanding. Pattern map, hierarchy of criteria. Working scheme of the pattern. Refer to it when practicing the technique. This section is structured according to the formal model of the pattern and is intentionally presented dryly, like a blueprint next to a painting. Definition and presupposition. Strict definition. Appeal to criteria of a higher logical level, values. Establishing priorities. Basic presupposition. Every belief or decision is based on a system of values, where one value may be more important than another. Main function: identifying and utilizing supervalues to change the perception and motivation of the interlocutor. Goal of application: using the hierarchy of criteria to identify and utilize supervalues in communication to motivate or persuade the interlocutor. Shift of focus: where we lead from where we lead to. Question: what is important in this situation? What is the most important value? Orientation: logic / details / rationality, values / motivation / right hemisphere. Type of thinking: critical / analytical, associative / trance-like. Psychological basis: aligning with higher order values creates strong motivation. Why it bypasses resistance: appealing to supervalues allows bypassing rational objections and impacting the interlocutor's motivation. Operational algorithm: 1. Identify the current value. Determine what value underlies the interlocutor's belief. 2. Establish the hierarchy of values. Find a higher-order value that is more important than the current one. 3. Connect with the supervalue. Relate the current situation to a higher value using phrases like much more important, for the sake of. 4. Motivate through the supervalue. Redefine the situation in the context of serving this higher purpose. Linguistic markers: say, the main thing, the most important, much more important, for the sake of, above all. Trigger words for recognizing the pattern in others' speech: the most important, more important than anything, above all, not by bread alone, there are things more important, for the sake of, the paramount. Nonverbal cues: pointing finger upward, to the sky, looking over the heads of the interlocutors. Upright, dignified posture. Overall picture: upward pointing finger, to the sky, upright posture, gaze above heads, tone of significance / pathos, angelic voice. Application scenarios: negotiations, discussing price. Yes, price is important, but isn't the reliability and safety of your business more important than immediate savings? Personal life: partner complains about daily life. Daily life can be tedious, but the most important thing is that we are together and love each other, right? Education: student struggles with studying. Studying is hard, but for the sake of your future success and mastery, it's worth overcoming these difficulties. Learning dialogues: it's expensive. Yes, it requires investment, but isn't the health and well-being of your family more important than any amount of money? I don't have time. Time is a resource, but the most important thing is what we spend it on. Isn't your dream worth finding an hour a day for? Everything has a price. I agree, but if you understand what you are doing this for the sake of harmony, then this price becomes an investment in your happiness. Kids are a hassle. I agree, there are challenges, but isn't the opportunity to nurture a new person and continue your legacy more important than immediate comfort? Comfort is more important than money. Comfort is important, but even more important are the freedom and opportunities that money provides for self-realization and helping loved ones. There are no decent men left. It's not about quantity, it's about quality. The main thing is to meet that one person whose values align with yours, rather than judging everyone indiscriminately. How the pattern sounds in different psychotypes. Schizoid: appeal to global systems and knowledge. Paranoid: appeal to purpose, mission, power. Hyperthymic: appeal to freedom, adventure, novelty. Profile of the pattern bearer. Traits: ideality, pathos, determination, I see the goal, I believe in myself, obsession with mission, evangelist, inspiration. Also, obsession, fanaticism, rigidity, loyalty to principles and ideals, dependency. Values: supervalues, love, God, mission, homeland, family, priorities, service, harmony. Also, belonging, effectiveness. Professions: priests, politicians, ideologists, fans, sports, brands, evangelists, IT, public figures, religious leaders. Recognizable images: Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning, Steve Jobs, evangelist of Apple, religious preachers, Frankie Show, Buddha. Boundaries of the pattern: what it is confused with. Important: The hierarchy compares the importance of criteria. Health is more important than money. If it's a comparison of objects on a scale, this is bigger than that. This is expensive. It's a change of size frame. Utilization and connections. How they respond to this pattern, elevating the level, from actions to values, comparing values, X is important, but Y is more important. Analogy and analogy. Use parables about choosing the main thing. Reality strategy. Check the truth of values through behavior. Typical connections. Intention hierarchy of criteria. Do you want calmness? And for what purpose do you want calmness? For harmony. Related techniques. NLP, logical levels, DILTS, core transformation. Others, logotherapy, Frankel. Training. Exercise for the sake of what? Climbing up logical levels, the king's choice determining what is more important in a pair of values. Reading the Bible, Quran, Torah. Chapter 16. Apply to self, the mirror of truth. You're so aggressive. Aren't you being aggressive by attacking me with that accusation? Introduction to the land of mirror illusions. My friends, let's take a seat on the terrace of inspiration and dive into a world where reality and imagination collide like old friends at a reunion. Allow me to introduce you to the 13th linguistic trick, applied to self. Oh, it's reminiscent of a kung fu action flick where the master deflects arrows with a single move and sends them back with double the force. Picture this, you step into a hall of mirrors where each reflection tells a new story, and every word is a riddle waiting to be solved. The mirror in action, the sweet revenge of ice cream. Let me illustrate the mirror effect with an example that is both humorous and enlightening. Imagine a summer day. The temperature is such that ice cream melts faster than you can eat it. You're sitting on the terrace, savoring the moment, when suddenly you hear a loud voice from across the cafe. You need to be more tolerant. You look up, slightly surprised by the outburst, and with a smile, you subtly remark, "Are you being tolerant when you shout at me?" There it is, the mirror effect. You're like a magician reflecting spells back, akin to mirrors in an ancient castle, prompting one to reflect on their own flaws and absurdities. This effect is more than just a verbal game. It's as if you're holding a magical mirror that reveals the whole truth, even when you'd rather not see it. And who among us hasn't dreamed of the ability to put someone else in an awkward position with a gentle smile and a pinch of sarcasm? Principles of humility, when the mirror asks questions. But not everything is straightforward in the land of mirror illusions. Applying to self begins with an honest look at your own reflection. It's like a morning ritual in front of the mirror, where instead of just fixing your hair, you ask yourself blunt questions you can't dodge. Would I hire myself, knowing all my blunders? Would I want myself as a boss when I'm slacking off? Would I live with myself in a relationship, knowing all my flaws? Would I lend myself money knowing how I handle finances? Imagine that morning. You're in the bathroom, in front of the mirror, still slightly groggy. And instead of just washing your face and forgetting yesterday, you start that very conversation with the mirror. The questions resonate, and suddenly you're faced not just with a reflection, but a whole world of possibilities and inevitable decisions. If the mirror responds with icy silence, it's time to ponder. Are we as honest with ourselves as we'd like to be? True artistry lies not just in the ability to manipulate words, but in the capacity to face oneself and acknowledge one's mistakes. It's like playing chess with yourself, where the truth always makes the first move. The Tale of Two Coaches, How Success Reflects in Others' Fates. To delve deeper into this trick, let me share a story. In one city, there were two financial literacy coaches. The first was wealthy, like something out of a fairy tale. Yachts, villas, and an Instagram filled with trips to the Maldives. Yet, strangely, none of his students were successful. He thrived only for himself, like an actor who perpetually plays the same role. The second coach lived more modestly, yet his students were raking in millions. And here arises the question, who should you learn from? Clearly, common sense leans toward the second, as his success is validated by the fates of others. But our ego might pose a cunning question, what have you achieved? It's like choosing a fitness trainer. Do you go for the one who won an Olympic medal or the one who has nurtured hundreds of champions? At some point, you realize that true value lies not in grand words, but in deeds that speak for themselves. Effects. Looking truth in the eye. The trick of applying to self evokes two key effects: shame and acknowledgement. Picture a job interview where someone proudly declares, "We must be honest." And you, raising an eyebrow, ask, "But do you ever lie?" The interviewer's face flushes like a sunset on the horizon, and their confidence melts away before your eyes. However, when a person truly lives by their principles, the reaction will be different. If you say, "To achieve success, you have to work hard," and add, "And I know you've been grinding for 10 years. Respect." You'll see them blossom like a spring meadow after a long winter, and a light of acknowledgement will ignite in their eyes. Defensive techniques, the art of parrying. But what if someone decides to use this trick against you? Stay calm. There's a clever trick that can help you. Imagine your friend Andre is scolding you for being late. You calmly ask, "Andre, if you were late, what would your valid excuse be?" Andre starts listing, "Well, if I were saving a kitten or preparing important documents." And then you smile and summarize, "That's exactly what happened to me." Now your friend is trapped in their own justifications, as this is their worldview, their truth. You've simply redirected their arrow back at them, and they have no counter. A scene from the movie Luna Park: Awareness and Acceptance. In conclusion, let's recall a story from Pavel Lungin's film Luna Park. The protagonist, a fighter against Jews, suddenly discovers that his father is Jewish. This is a moment of truth. You fought against Jews? Look in the mirror. You are what you fought against. This story reminds us that sometimes our most genuine battles occur within ourselves. Understanding this is the first step toward true growth and wisdom. Conclusion: the art of honesty. Applying to self is not just a trick, it's a test of honesty. It's the moment you look in the mirror and decide, are you ready to be honest with yourself? It's a tool that returns accountability to people for their words. Before teaching the world, let each person take a look at themselves. For therein lies true wisdom and maturity. Pattern profile and professions. People who frequently use the apply to self pattern typically possess a perfectionist character. They are often inclined towards self-reflection and an accurate assessment of their actions. Such individuals value self-improvement, strive for self-realization, and seek perfection. In their gestures, you may notice moments when they first point to themselves and then turn to indicate the interlocutor, as if inviting them to glance into the mirror of their own self. This linguistic trick is professionally embedded in specialists such as the conscience of the nation, mentors, and people of high standards. For instance, mentors, acting as mirrors for their ments, skillfully reflect the students' perspectives back to them, encouraging contemplation and lessons learned from their own experiences. They masterfully cultivate a sense of self-reflection, prompting individuals to view themselves from the outside, which is crucial for personal growth and the journey toward achieving harmony. Humanistic utilization, guru's strategy. Applying to self can be used to gently nudge the interlocutor towards self-reflection and personal growth. This is a humanistic approach that does not focus on accusation, but helps the person independently recognize their limitations and growth opportunities. It's important to delicately ask questions and create a safe atmosphere where the individual can try on the situation for themselves without feeling pressure or shame. Examples: non-combat. 1. In business. A. Our employees make mistakes too often. It's unacceptable. B. How do you personally handle your mistakes? What allows you to learn from them and move forward? 2. In relationships. A. You're always busy with your own things and never pay attention to me. B. Do you ever get so caught up in your projects that you forget to spend time with loved ones? How can we find balance? 3. In self-development. A. I'll never reach the level of that coach. B. If you were to become your own coach, what would you recommend to yourself to achieve those goals? Utilizing this linguistic trick through the lens of a humanistic approach not only significantly improves communication between people, but also fosters mutual development and achieves a higher level of understanding and support in various interactions. Pattern map, applied to self. Working scheme of the pattern. Refer to it when practicing the technique. This section is structured according to the formal model of the pattern and is intentionally presented dry, like a blueprint next to a painting. Definition and presupposition. Strict definition. Addressing a criterion or belief back to the author of the judgment, recursion. Checking for congruence. Applying the value to the speaker. Basic presupposition. A person may not realize that their own actions or beliefs contradict what they demand from others. Main function. Reflecting a statement or demand back to the person so they become aware of their incongruence. Purpose of application. To draw the person's attention to their own actions or beliefs to provoke internal conflict or awareness. Shift of focus. Where we divert from where we lead to. Question: what do you demand from others? How does this relate to you? Orientation: external evaluation / demands self-reflection / internal assessment. Type of thinking: critical / evaluative, introspective / self-critical. Psychological basis. Creating a mirror effect where the person sees their own contradictions. Why it bypasses resistance. The pattern evokes internal discomfort that is hard to ignore, as it draws attention to personal incongruence. Operational algorithm. 1. Identify the demand or statement. Determine what the person demands from others or asserts about them. 2. Shift the focus to the person themselves. Use a phrase that reflects this demand or statement back to the person, e.g., "But what about you?" 3. Support self-reflection. Create conditions for the person to contemplate their own incongruence. Linguistic markers. Say, "But what about you? How does this relate to you? Do you follow this yourself?" Yourselves. Yourselves. Avoid leads to a different pattern or undermines the effect. You always. They should. Everyone must. Trigger words for recognizing the pattern in someone else's speech. Self. Main marker: yourselves. Return of responsibility. You put yourself. Look at yourself. But what about you and you yourself? Do you follow this? Do you match your words? Yourselves. We ourselves. Nonverbal cues. Pointing to oneself. A gesture indicating oneself when asking the question, "But what about you?" Pointing to oneself, then turning to point at the opponent. Overall picture. Pointing a finger at the interlocutor, or in the mirror, the boomerang gesture, from oneself to the interlocutor, squinting. Application scenarios. Teaching / explanation. When a student demands from others, but does not meet the requirements themselves. You say everyone should arrive on time, but what about you? Negotiations / conflicts. When one party in negotiations makes demands that they themselves do not follow. You demand transparency, but are you open yourself? Therapy / coaching. A client makes high demands of others, but not of themselves. You say it's important to take care of your health, but do you pay attention to your own? How the pattern sounds in different psychotypes. Schizoid may avoid applying to self through rationalization. Paranoid reacts strongly to applying to self, may show aggression. Hyperthymic may use humor to soften the effect. Profile of the pattern bearer. Traits: self-criticism, conscience, perfectionism, ruthlessness toward oneself and others, mirror, justice, self-reflection, adequacy, demandingness. Values: congruence, alignment of word and deed, honesty, personal example, self-improvement, self-realization, perfection. Professions: coaches, prosecutors, accusers, parents, strict, children, mirroring parents. Recognizable images. The film Luna Park P. Lungen, biblical, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone." You see the speck in someone else's eye. Flash mob, revenge on children. Utilization and connections. How they respond to this pattern. To themselves, self-irony. To the interlocutor, attack. To the group, but do we ourselves match? Analogy in analogy. Using analogy to enhance the effect of applying to self. You're like a coach who talks about discipline but doesn't train themselves. Reality strategy. Directly pointing out the inconsistency. You say it's important to be honest, but what about you? Typical connections. Applying to self metaframe. You say this because you're not sure yourself. Related techniques. NLP, second position, standing in someone else's shoes, congruence calibration, OSBK. Others, the golden rule of morality. Training. Exercise, mirror, return any criterion to the interlocutor, therapy of one's request, showing how to solve the problem by looking at oneself. Chapter 17, Metaframe, the Eye of God. We're going around in circles in this argument. Let's rise above the situation and see why we even started this argument and how we can get out of it. Dear compatriots and interstellar travelers through the realms of consciousness, welcome to the pinnacle of our expedition into the world of influence and manipulation. Today, we will discuss something special, almost magical, and that is the metaframe. Imagine being invited backstage at a grand theater where actors shed their masks and the director discusses the secrets of the production. But before I reveal all the cards, let me share an intriguing story with you. A magical journey into the world of the metaframe. Picture this. You're comfortably settled in your favorite chair at a cafe, savoring a fragrant cup of coffee, when suddenly, as if conjured from thin air, an old friend appears, a hero from days gone by, someone you haven't seen in ages. He seems to have stepped right out of the pages of an old book, filled with nostalgia and adventure. His voice resonates like music from a distant past, and he suddenly begins to tell you about a new business venture that, according to him, is destined to be your next great endeavor. Golden mountains, he exclaims, and you can almost see the shimmering light of those mountains somewhere on the horizon. His speech is so smooth and seductive that you start to feel a slight dizziness, as if you've fallen under a hypnotic spell. But here comes our hero, the metaframe. With a knowing, almost playful smile, you say to your friend, "Listen, how cleverly they've hypnotized you." Right out of a manipulation textbook. This unexpected twist frees your friend from the chains of illusion, as if a magical key has unlocked the door to a new reality. Instead of arguing or trying to reason with him, you begin to discuss not the content of his proposal, but the very way it's presented. It's as if you've suddenly found yourself backstage at the theater, dissecting the set design and special effects. What is a metaframe? A metaframe is like picking up a universal remote control and switching to commentary mode. You're no longer at the center of the action. You're a wise commentator analyzing what's happening from a new, unexpected perspective. It's a power akin to magical glasses that don't just correct your vision, but allow you to see the invisible, the structure of the conversation, the dynamics of communication, all from a bird's-eye view, where even the clouds seem trivial. When you use a metaframe, it's as if you've risen above the stage, your spirit detached from your body, now observing the unfolding events from above. You're no longer an actor, you're the director, orchestrating the entire process. It's like playing chess, where you not only move the pieces, but also see the entire board, anticipating every move of your opponent. Key phrases and their magic. Now, my friends, how do you activate this wondrous mode? How do you become a master of words? It all begins with a few simple yet powerful phrases, akin to spells. This is just your belief. With this phrase, you unlock the door hiding the essence of your interlocutor's conviction. It's like finding a secret key to the unexplored vaults of consciousness. Interesting opinion. Within this phrase lies the potential of an explorer, inviting you to examine the opinion under a microscope, as if studying an exotic insect. How interestingly you've said that. It's like hitting pause at a long-awaited moment in a movie, only to return to it again and again. As long as you believe this, it will be true for you. This phrase is like handing someone a map to their inner world, where every street leads to awareness. Each of these phrases is like a button on a control panel. Pressing it instantly changes the level of the conversation. You become a master, not only managing words, but also the very essence of communication. A story about network marketing. Let's return to our scenario with network marketing. Remember that friend who was so eager to recruit you? Imagine the expression on his face when you use the metaframe. It's as if you've removed his rose-colored glasses, forcing him to see the real world rather than the script he's been handed. Instead of irritation or argument, you provide him with a rare opportunity to reflect on how he himself became part of this mechanism. And you know what's most astonishing in this case? It's not just your victory, it's his as well. He gains the chance to view himself from the outside, and who knows, perhaps even change his life for the better. You, like a seasoned magician, help him see that behind the curtain of his influence lies only a skillful illusion. An example with a bank manager. Now, imagine a situation involving cold calls. A bank manager calls you, reciting a meticulously rehearsed pitch about an amazing offer. Suddenly, you interrupt with inspiration. Tell me, do they teach you to uncover the client's need there? Or are you just forced to stick to the script? This phrase is like pulling on an imaginary string, yanking him out of his habitual role. He freezes for a moment, realizing that behind the verbal curtains lies something much greater. And, just like that, the conversation transforms into a lively and genuine dialogue, where you're not merely a client, but a conversational partner with whom you can discuss not only the offer, but the very process itself. It's as if you've suddenly found yourself backstage, discussing the direction. Why the metaframe works? My friends, the metaframe is a tool capable of exposing any manipulation, turning any situation to your advantage. It's like in fairy tales, knowing the true name of the dragon strips it of its power. When you demonstrate that you see the structure of the ploy, you become not just a participant in the game, but its master. You transform into a player who controls the course of events, like a conductor leading a complex symphony. Application in coaching and psychology. For coaches and psychologists, the metaframe is like a magic wand that can expand the boundaries of what's possible. When a client comes with a problem, for example, I have no money, the coach doesn't offer money but asks, how are you creating the situation where you have no money? This question acts like a mirror, allowing the client to look in and begin to see their true causes and mechanisms. NLP, if you think about it, is one big metaframe in relation to traditional psychology. Psychologists dig into symptoms, examining every detail under a microscope, while NLP practitioners go further. They look at the very structure of the problem, striving to understand how it arose. Conclusion. So, my friends, the metaframe is an incredible advantage, but it must be used with caution. People don't always appreciate being opened up like canned goods. Be prepared for resistance, but remember that this tool will help you not only defend against manipulation, but also genuinely assist people in realizing what they are doing. Use the metaframe to rise above the fray and discuss its rules, but do so with tact and understanding. It's like being a judo master who uses the opponent's strength against them. And so, on this elevated note, we conclude our journey through the world of metaframes. I hope you carry with you not only knowledge, but also inspiration to change your life and the lives of those around you for the better, for the metaframe is not just a tool. It's a key to new horizons of communication and understanding. Pattern profile and professions. Individuals who frequently use this pattern exhibit characteristic traits such as cynicism and indifference. They sometimes dissociate from their own emotions and beliefs, preferring instead to focus on the thinking and communication processes of others. These people value control and awareness, possessing a need for calm that allows them to remain balanced even in challenging situations. Their gestures are often calm and detached, such as leaning back and making enveloping movements, as if pushing away excess emotions. This linguistic focus is professionally embedded in psychotherapists, supervisors, and system administrators. For instance, psychotherapists often need to use the metaframe to help clients see their problems from a different perspective and find new paths to resolution. Supervisors constantly analyze interactions and processes to improve how the system works as a whole. System administrators must maintain calm and control over complex systems, seeing the big picture and finding unconventional solutions in challenging situations. Humanistic utilization, guru's strategy. Using this pattern in a spirit of humanism involves gently guiding the interlocutor to realize their beliefs as part of a broader picture. It's not so much about disputing, but inviting them to consider that a shift in perspective could reveal new possibilities. It's a way to help people see the structure of their reasoning and view it as just one of many possible perspectives. Examples: non-combat. 1 in life. A. I always fail at interviews, so why even try? B. Interesting how your perception changes if we think of each interview as a source of new experience and opportunities for growth, rather than just a test. 2 in business. A. Our team will never finish the project on time. We always run late. B. What do you think if we shift our focus from the end to the process itself? Could we discover where our work is getting stuck and improve our time management? 3 in relationships. A. My partner never listens to me. We just can't communicate. B. What do you think if each of you tries to view the conversation from the perspective of both listener and storyteller? Could you realize how your roles influence communication? Pattern map, metaframe. Working scheme of the pattern. Refer to it when practicing the technique. The section is structured according to the formal model of the pattern and is intentionally presented dryly, as a blueprint next to a painting. Definition and presupposition. Strict definition. Shift in logical level. Belief about belief. Communication about communication. Searching for patterns or structures. Basic presupposition. The metaframe allows for the evaluation and alteration of communication, creating a new level of perception. Main function. Creating insights and new understanding through changing frames of perception, moving into a metaposition. Application goal. To create a new level of perception by altering frames of perception and evaluating communication. Shift in focus. Where we're taking away from where we're bringing to. Question: what does this mean specifically? Definition. Where did this judgment come from? Frame. Orientation logic / details / rationality context / process / observer. Type of thinking critical / analytical associative / dissociated. Psychological basis. Creating a connection between current perception and a new level of awareness through meta-evaluation. Why it bypasses resistance. The metaframe allows for bypassing resistance by altering frames of perception and creating new insights. Operational algorithm. 1. Identify the current frame. Identify the current frame of perception or belief you want to change. 2. Create a metaframe. Create a new frame that allows for the evaluation or redefinition of the communication situation itself. 3. Move into a metaposition. Comment on the process of belief or the source of belief, rather than its content. Linguistic markers. To say, this is just, from the perspective of, this belief. I see that you're trying to. Historically speaking. To avoid leads to another pattern or undermines the effect. Actually. Strictly speaking. Trigger words for recognizing the pattern in others' speech. This is just a belief. From the perspective of, if we look at this as, this is manipulation. It's interesting that you said that. Nonverbal cues. Withdrawal. Leaning back and distancing oneself to dissociate. Gesture of framing with hands. Overall picture. Leaning back, dissociation. Gesture of pushing away the problem, framing with hands, condescending look. Application scenarios. Teaching / explanation. Creating insights in students. Using the metaframe to change perceptions of complex concepts. For example, this is just your belief. Negotiations. Manipulating the interlocutor. I see that you're using the bad cop technique to pressure me. Exposing the tactic. Therapy / coaching. Working with clients to create insights. Using the metaframe to generate insights and change the client's beliefs. Linguistic evaluation. The interlocutor uses an inappropriate word, e.g., distasteful word, evaluating the choice of word itself. This word is inappropriate here. I don't like this label, without suggesting a synonym. This is a metaframe, as we are discussing the code, language, not the message. Educational dialogues. Kids are a hassle. That's the belief of someone who isn't ready to take responsibility for a new life yet, and that's okay at this stage. You don't love me. Are you saying this to get confirmation of my love, or do you really believe that? All men are bastards. I wonder what past experience leads you to project this grievance onto all men in the world. How the pattern sounds in different psychotypes. Schizoid loves complex, obscure metaphors and abstractions. Paranoid uses the metaframe for control. I see what's happening. Hyperthymic quickly shifts frames, jumping from topic to topic. Profile of the pattern bearer. Traits. Cynicism, indifference, dissociation, insightfulness, coolness, observer. Values. Awareness, control over the frame, understanding structure, truth as relativity. Professions. Psychotherapists, NLP trainers, philosophers, sages, sociologists. Recognizable images. The film The Matrix. Everything is an illusion. Groundhog Day, Breaking the Cycle, Buddhism, Maya, NLP. The map is not the territory. Bandersnatch from Netflix. Utilization and connections. Responses to this pattern. Utilization of any other linguistic focus. Name it. Returning to here and now, you're saying this because. Analogy in analogy. Using analogies to create metaframes and change perception. Reality strategy. Using the metaframe to evaluate and alter reality strategies. Typical connections. Metaframe intention, you're saying this too. But what you really want is. Related techniques. NLP dissociation, third position of perception, unraveling beliefs. Others, deconstruction, Derrida. Training. Exercise, cinema, viewing oneself from the outside, commentator, commenting on communication rather than participating in it, searching for patterns, unwritten rules. Using the metaframe from a humanistic perspective will help you see things from a broader perspective and find paths for positive changes relevant in various areas of life. Chapter 18, Conclusion, the Final Symphony of Beliefs. Dear readers, how swiftly our extraordinary journey through the enchanting world of blind faith has flown by. These pages, like a symphony, where each note plays its unique role, have come together to create a grand masterpiece. Together, we have explored 14 mysterious patterns of beliefs, like archaeologists deciphering ancient manuscripts. Journey into the unknown, the map, and the territory. So, let's start with the fundamental principle. The map is not the territory. Imagine that your beliefs are not just mere objects, but rather genuine glasses through which you view the world. Every time you put on these glasses, the world unfolds before you in vibrant new colors. Do you remember how we began our magical journey? It was like the first chord in a symphony, as we delved into intentions, then unraveled the hierarchy of criteria. Finally, we immersed ourselves in the very essence of the metaframe. Choosing a note. Finding your melody. Have you ever pondered which linguistic trick is the most effective? It's akin to asking a musician which note in their composition is the most important. Sometimes, in communication, a gentle touch on the intention is enough, while at other times, you may need to employ the opposite tactic with the grace of a fencer. Life stories. How language patterns change reality. Story 1. Seeing problems as challenges. In a small company, a new employee named Ivan arrived. He possessed a unique gift. He viewed problems as challenges. One day, he stunned his boss with the phrase, "These aren't problems, they're challenges." The entire office froze, but this reframing saved the project. Story 2. Breaking through the impossible. Marina believed she couldn't learn a foreign language. "I can't," she repeated. A friend said, "Not yet." This size change of the frame, from forever to now, opened doors for her. Story 3. Quality versus price. In an old town in the East lived Natasha, the owner of a small shop. Customers often complained about her high prices. But Natasha always replied with a gentle smile, "But it's quality." Her confidence and belief in her products were contagious. People began to understand that they were buying not just items, but stories, emotions, and quality that would stay with them for years. Natasha's shop became a place where people came not only to shop, but to find inspiration. Ethical magic, responsibility, and safety. Remember, the tools we work with are akin to a surgeon's scalpel. They can heal, but if mishandled, they can cause harm. Don't dismantle beliefs unless you're ready to offer something in return. Ecology. Practice, the key to mastery. The 14-day marathon. Reading this book is just the first step. For the magic to work, I invite you to join the Language Patterns Marathon. Set aside 2 weeks. Each day, dedicate yourself to one language pattern. Day 1, Monday Intentions Day. Spend the entire day seeking hidden intentions. Ask yourself and others, what do you really want? Day 2, Tuesday Reframing Day. Play with words. I'm not late, I'm just delayed. This isn't a mess, it's creative chaos. Day 3, Wednesday Consequences Day. Inspire and intimidate. If you do this then. And so on until day 14. On day 15, like in Highlander, there should be only one left you, equipped with all the tools. Exercise, that guy Colia. In your free time, watch rap battles or political debates. Mute the sound and try to guess which language pattern the speaker is using based on their gestures. Turn the sound back on and check yourself. Oh, that's another outcome. And this one is reality strategy. Until we meet again. I look forward to seeing you at my workshops, in practice, at Mastery, where we don't just read but live these concepts. Live happily, think systemically, and remember, everything is unfolding as it should in this best of all worlds. Your Alexander Gerasimov. Appendix A. Summary Table of 14 Language Patterns. This table is compiled based on the formal structures of the patterns and serves as a quick reference. What question am I asking? Which word will help me identify the pattern in someone else's speech? What gesture reveals it? No pattern key question marker words leading gesture. 1 intention ch. For why are you doing this? For what purpose? Goal. Want. Primary marker. In order to. The goal is hand to heart / chest. 2 redefining ch. 5 what else can this be called? Label 2. This is not X, it is Y. In other words, to put it differently, head shaking, weighing options. 3 consequences ch. 6 what will this lead to later? Future, because primary marker, due to, since hand pointing forward, timeline. For chunking down ch. 7 what is this made of? What specific details? Detailing, what exactly, how exactly, who specifically? Pinching gesture, as if holding something small. 5 chunking up ch. 8 what is this a part of? Class, overall, globally, this is an example of circular hand movements, as if outlining a sphere. 6 analogy ch. 9 what is this similar to? Comparison, like, as if, just like balancing gesture, weighing 2 concepts in hands. 7 change frame size ch. 10 how does this look on a different scale? Context, earlier, later, in 5 years, pointing gestures along the timeline, left, right, or back, forth. 8 another outcome ch. 11 what else is possible? Alternative, however, by the way, it's not about X, it's about Y, chaotic gestures away, pushing the problem aside. 9 model of the world ch. 12 how is this perceived through the lens of authority? As they say, according to statistics, from the perspective of finger pointing upward to authority. 10 reality strategy ch. 13 what facts support this? How did you understand this? How do you know? What specifically did you see / hear? Pointing to eyes / ears, did you see? 11 counterexample ch. 14 has it ever been different? Counterexample, has it always been? Was there a time when? Are there exceptions? Pulling out gesture, as if taking one item from a pile. 12 hierarchy of criteria ch. 15 what is the most important value? The most important, more important than anything, above all, finger pointing upward to the sky. 13 apply to self ch. 16 how does this relate to you personally? Myself. Primary marker, yourselves, taking responsibility, you put yourself, finger pointing at the interlocutor, or in a mirror. 14 meta frame ch. 17 where did this judgment come from? Frame, this is just a belief, from the perspective of, if you look at it as leaning back, dissociation. Professional carriers of patterns. A quick way to adopt a pattern, find someone who has it professionally embedded and temporarily speak in their voice. Pattern professions where the pattern is embedded. Intention psychologists, negotiators, mediators, psychotherapists, defense attorneys. Redefining diplomats, marketers, copywriters, translators, lawyers, salespeople, Odessa type. Consequences analysts, insurers, doctors, prophets, parents, you'll end up as a janitor, ecologists. Chunking down auditors, accountants, lawyers, surgeons, programmers, detectives, Sherlock Holmes. Chunking up philosophers, scientists, top managers, strategists, systems architects, spiritual teachers. Analogy teachers, coaches, lecturers, storytellers, writers. Change frame size historians, futurists, systems analysts, diplomats, directors. Another outcome inventors, marketers, creatives, comedians, entrepreneurs, startup founders. Model of the world scientists, clergy, statisticians, journalists, citing sources, doctors. Reality strategy investigators, journalists, fact-checking, doctors, diagnosticians, experimental scientists. Counterexample hackers, testers, lawyers, defense attorneys, revolutionaries, opposition figures. Hierarchy of criteria clergy, politicians, ideologists, fans, sports, brands, evangelists, IT, public figures, religious leaders. Apply to self-coaches, prosecutors, accusers, strict parents, children, mirroring parents. Meta-frame psychotherapists, NLP trainers, philosophers, sages, sociologists. Appendix B. Differential diagnosis. What patterns are confused with? The most common mistake made by students is not that they don't know the pattern, but rather that they confuse two similar ones. Below are all the distinguishing rules found in the diagrams. These are the answers to the question, why is this phrase not what you thought it was? Intention, Chapter 4. Important. 1. If a statement links external behavior with an internal state/motive, for example, you're silent equals you don't trust, this is intention, not a complex equivalent. 2. Mind reading, a statement attributing knowledge of emotions or thoughts to the interlocutor, you know that you think, is classified as intention, as it serves to suggest/implant a motive. Definition from the seminar, intention answers the question, why? It seeks a positive goal and instills values. 3. A crucial distinction from the hierarchy of criteria. Intention can be directed not only at justifying a past action, but also at motivating future action through the direct expression of desires using the marker verb want. You want X, so you must do Y. If it sounds like you want, this is mind reading and goal implantation, meaning it's intention. Redefining, Chapter 5. Important. If the new word is not an evaluative synonym, but an indisputable fact, a proper noun, brand, geolocation, this is the reality strategy pattern. If the renaming shifts the focus to the goal, I'm not just labeling, I'm making a move, this is the another outcome pattern. Analogy, Chapter 9. Important. Do not confuse with comparison, better/worse, which pertains to change frame size. Analogy is like, as if. Change frame size, Chapter 10. Gerasimov's key marker. Any comparison, explicit, X is better than Y, or implicit, this is expensive equals more expensive than what? Is a change frame size. Important. Dividing choices into contrasting pieces, do it yourself or don't do it at all, or changing authorship/subjective action. It's not you asking, it's me asking is also a change frame size. Another outcome, Chapter 11. Important. If an action is renamed as a result, for example, I'm not labeling, I'm making a move, this is the another outcome pattern, not just redefining. Model of the world, Chapter 12. Important. A direct quote from pop culture, for example, as Ned Stark from Game of Thrones said, or a reference to rules/laws, is always 100% a model of the world, as it invokes someone else's worldview to justify an action. Hierarchy of criteria, Chapter 15. Important. The hierarchy compares the importance of criteria. Health is more important than money. If objects are compared on a scale, this is bigger than that, this is expensive, this is change frame size. Summary of key distinctions. Intention versus hierarchy of criteria. Intention answers the question, why, and states a goal, you want X. The hierarchy compares the importance of values. Y is more important than X. Hierarchy of criteria versus change frame size. The hierarchy compares the importance of criteria. Health is more important than money. Any comparison of objects on a scale, this is more expensive, this is expensive equals more expensive than what? Is a change frame size. Analogy versus change frame size. Analogy is like, as if, similar to. A direct comparison of better/worse is a change frame size. Redefining versus reality strategy. Redefining substitutes an evaluative word with a synonym that has a different connotation. If the new word is an indisputable fact, a name, brand, geolocation, this is the reality strategy. Redefining versus another outcome. If an action is renamed as a result, I'm not labeling, I'm making a move. This is another outcome, not redefining. Redefining versus metaframe. If you evaluate the very choice of words, this word is inappropriate here, and do not offer a synonym. You are discussing the code, not the message. This is a metaframe. Intention versus complex equivalent. If a statement links external behavior with an internal motive, your silent equals you don't trust. This is intention. Mind reading, you know that. You think, is also intention. This is how the motive is implanted. Model of the world, a hard rule. A direct quote from pop culture, a reference to a law, rule, or statistic. This is always a model of the world. It invokes someone else's worldview. Appendix B, connection map, how patterns link into chains. One pattern rarely persuades on its own. It takes a connection. The first pattern alleviates resistance, while the second solidifies the new frame. Pattern typical connections. Intention reframing, you want security? So, stability is important to you. Intention consequences, you want to save money? But what will that lead to in the future? Reframing intention. This isn't anger, it's passion. But why do you need such passion? Reframing analogy. This isn't chaos, it's creativity, like an artist in their studio. Consequences, intention consequences, you want to relax? But if you only relax, you'll stagnate. Consequences, criteria hierarchy. This will lead to a loss of money, but you'll maintain your freedom, and freedom is more important. Disconnection reality strategy. What exactly isn't working? And how did you realize that? Disconnection frame size change. This detail isn't working, but in the grand scheme of the project, it's a minor issue. Integration criteria hierarchy. Are we talking about the future? Because the future is the most important. Integration analogy. It's like a puzzle, where the overall picture matters more than any single piece. Analogy moral story. Analogy conclusion. Frame size change consequences, connection over time, metaframe. Alternative outcome reframing. World model intention world model. You want what's best, but statistics say. Reality strategy disconnection. Detailing the facts. Contrasting example reality strategy. How did you come to that conclusion? Was there a time when it wasn't like that? Criteria hierarchy intention criteria hierarchy. You want peace? What's the purpose of that peace? For harmony. Self-application metaframe. Are you saying this because you're not sure yourself? Metaframe intention. You're saying this too. But what you really want is. Appendix G, trainer. Exercises for each pattern. The 14-day marathon sets the rhythm for the journey. This section contains its substance. 1 day, 1 pattern, 1 exercise. Day 1. Intention. Exercise, why? For every action, ask the question, why? Until you find something positive. Exercise, devil's advocate, find a justification for any crime or wrongdoing. Day 2. Redefining. Game, synonyms, name a word and come up with 3 positive and 3 negative synonyms. Exercise, diplomat's dictionary. Day 3. Consequences. Exercise, time machine, take any action and imagine 3 good and 3 bad consequences 10 years down the line. Game, snowball. Day 4. Chunking down. Exercise, slicing the elephant, take a big problem and break it down into 10 smaller ones. Exercise, nerd, ask clarifying questions about everything for 5 minutes. Day 5. Chunking up. Exercise, matryoshka, name an object and find 5 increasingly general categories for it. Chair, furniture, interior object, material object, universe. Day 6. Analogy. Exercise, life as. Find analogies for abstract concepts, pritch.ru. Day 7. Change frame size. Exercise, time machine, view from the future, 3 chairs, explore different perspectives. Day 8. Another outcome. Exercise, 10 uses for a paperclip, good/bad, look for positives and negatives, brainstorming punchlines. Day 9. Model of the world. Exercise, quote book, find a quote for any belief, devil's advocate, argue from the perspective of different groups. Day 10. Reality strategy. Exercise, interrogation, dig into details, sensory justification, describe only observable facts. Day 11. Counterexample. Exercise, black swan, look for exceptions everywhere. System hack, find a loophole in the rule. Debates, play the opposition. Day 12. Hierarchy of criteria. Exercise for what? Ascend through logical levels. King's choice, determine what is more important in a pair of values. Read the Bible, Quran, Torah. Day 13. Apply to self. Exercise, mirror, reflect any criterion back to the interlocutor. Therapy of your request. Demonstrate how to solve the problem on yourself. Day 14. Metaframe. Exercise, theater, view yourself from the outside. Commentator, comment on the communication rather than participating in it. Look for patterns, unwritten rules. Appendix D, Utilization Matrix. Utilization is not protection. Protection deflects the blow, while utilization absorbs its energy. When someone applies a linguistic trick against you, you have 3 moves: agree, argue, or accept the other person's frame and turn it around. The third move is what we call utilization. This appendix answers 4 different questions: what to respond with D.1, which universal keys to use, D.2, how it looks for each pattern, D.3, and what to do with techniques that don't fit into the 14, D.4. On the quality of the source. The material is compiled from formal pattern schemes. In 7 schemes, 1 to 6 and 14, the utilization field lists counter techniques, what responds to the pattern. In the other 7, 7 to 13, the same field lists application modes of the pattern itself, how to unfold it. These are different things, and in the appendix, they are separated. Only counter techniques made it into matrix D.1, while modes are presented in a separate table, D.4. D.1. Matrix, pattern times pattern. The row represents the linguistic trick that was applied against you. The column represents the linguistic trick that you respond with. The column numbers correspond to the pattern numbers in the rows. Utilization. The scheme directly names this pattern as a response to the given one. Linkage. This pattern is a natural continuation of the given one in a single chain. An empty cell does not mean it won't work, but rather it is not explicitly recorded in the schemes. The matrix is intentionally sparse. It is a map of proven moves, not a multiplication table. No pattern 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1. Intention UU. 2. Redefining UU. 3. Consequences UU. 4. Chunking down UU. 5. Chunking up UU. 6. Analogy UU. 7. Change frame size U. 8. Another outcome U. 9. Model of the world U. 10. Reality strategy U. 11. Counterexample U. 12. Hierarchy of criteria U. 13. Apply to self U. 14. Metaframe. From the matrix, the main point is immediately clear. Column 14 is filled in for all rows except its own. The metaframe utilizes any linguistic trick because it operates at a higher level. It does not argue with the content, but names the technique itself. This is a universal response, and that's why it should not be overused. By naming the technique, you end the game rather than win it. The second observation is that the diagonal is almost empty. Responding to a pattern with the same pattern is usually futile. You remain in the same frame, and the argument turns into a tug-of-war. The only exception is analogy. You can accept someone else's image and unfold it in your direction, and this works better than arguing with the image. D.2. 2 universal keys. In addition to the response, pattern to pattern, the schemes document 2 keys that fit almost any linguistic trick. Analogy in analogy. Accept the other person's image and turn it in your direction. You do not argue with the metaphor, you add to it. Reality strategy. Bring the conversation back to verifiable facts. How exactly did you understand that? What is it based on? This technique dismantles a pretty construct by demanding a foundation. Pattern analogy in analogy reality strategy. Intention using metaphors to illustrate intention, e.g., it's like a cry for help. Checking whether behavior truly achieves the stated goal. Redefining using comparisons for redefinition. It's not a failure. It's like stumbling before a leap. Clarifying the definition of a word. What exactly do you mean by laziness? Maybe it's rest? Consequences using parables with morals. You reap what you sow. Checking the realism of the forecast. Why do you think it will be exactly that way? Chunking down using metaphors of separation, cutting an elephant into pieces. Metamodel questions to clarify strategy. How exactly did you understand that everything is bad? Chunking up using metaphors of unity, a drop in the ocean. Asking about the goals of the class. Why are such things needed at all? Analogy accepting the opponent's analogy and developing it to change the meaning. Literally understanding the analogy to dismantle it. Change frame size, using literal understanding to change perception, e.g., where's my tail? Another outcome. Model of the world. Reality strategy, literally understanding the analogy to dismantle it. Using facts and statistics to show the mismatch between the analogy and reality. Counterexample using analogies to present counterexamples. Life is like a river, but sometimes it's calm, not turbulent. Presenting real examples that contradict the belief. You say everything is bad, but here's an example when it was different. Hierarchy of criteria using parables about choosing the main thing. Checking the truth of values through behavior. Apply to self using analogy to enhance the effect of applying to oneself. You're like a coach talking about discipline, but you don't train yourself. Directly pointing out the mismatch. You say it's important to be honest, but what about you? Metaframe using analogies to create metaframes and change perception. Using the metaframe to evaluate and change reality strategies. D.3. Utilization cards by patterns. For each linguistic trick, what responds to it? What allows it to pass, knowing this makes it easier to break, and where in the book its humanistic version is discussed. 1. Intention. What responds? Metaframe, redefining. Responses outside the list of 14. Paradox, intention. I want good for you paradox. By killing me. What allows it to pass? The use of the presupposition of positive intent reduces defensive reactions, as the person feels understood and accepted. Continuation of the chain. Intention redefining, you want safety? So stability is important to you. Intention consequences, you want to save money? But what will that lead to in the future? In the book. Chapter 4, Section, Humanistic Utilization, Guru's Strategy, How to Apply This Pattern Without Destroying the Interlocutor. 2. Redefining. What responds? Metaframe, intention. What allows it to pass? The person agrees that the fact occurred, but is forced to accept a new interpretation of that fact through a new word. Continuation of the chain. Redefining intention. It's not anger, it's passion. Why do you need such passion? Redefining analogy. It's not chaos, it's creativity. Like an artist in a workshop. In the book. Chapter 5, Section, Humanistic Utilization, Guru's Strategy, How to Apply This Pattern Without Destroying the Interlocutor. 3. Consequences. What responds? Metaframe, intention, reality strategy. What allows it to pass? It does not argue with the fact, but shows its disadvantage or advantage in the future, triggering fear of loss or desire for gain. Continuation of the chain. Intention consequences, you want to rest? But if you only rest, you'll degrade. Consequences hierarchy of criteria, this will lead to a loss of money, but you'll save your freedom, and freedom is more important. In the book. Chapter 6, Section, Humanistic Utilization, Guru's Strategy, How to Apply This Pattern Without Destroying the Interlocutor. 4. Chunking down. What responds? Metaframe, chunking up. What allows it to pass? It does not deny the problem entirely but begins to work through it, which reduces emotional tension and shifts the conversation into a constructive direction. Continuation of the chain. Chunking down reality strategy. What exactly isn't working? How did you understand that? Chunking down change frame size. This detail isn't working, but in the context of the whole project, it's minor. In the book. Chapter 7, Section, Humanistic Utilization, Guru's Strategy, How to Apply This Pattern Without Destroying the Interlocutor. 5. Chunking up. What responds? Metaframe, chunking down, reality strategy. What allows it to pass? It shifts the conversation to the level of abstract values or classes that are harder to argue against. Everyone agrees that development is good. Continuation of the chain. Chunking up hierarchy of criteria. Are we talking about the future? and the future is the most important. Chunking up analogy. It's like a puzzle, where the overall picture matters, not just one piece. In the book. Chapter 8, section Humanistic Utilization, Guru's Strategy. How to apply this pattern without destroying the interlocutor. 6. Analogy. What responds? Analogy, metaframe. What allows it to pass? Analogy is the most illogical pattern, making it difficult to argue rationally. It works directly with the unconscious. Continuation of the chain. Moral story, analogy conclusion. In the book. Chapter 9, section Humanistic Utilization, Guru's Strategy. How to apply this pattern without destroying the interlocutor. 7. Change frame size. What responds? Metaframe. Modes of application. How to unfold the technique itself. Shift in time, past/future, shift in position, I/you observer. What allows it to pass? Changing the frame size allows one to bypass fixed perceptions, providing a new perspective. Continuation of the chain. Consequences, linkage through time, metaframe. In the book. Chapter 10, section Humanistic Utilization, Guru's Strategy. How to apply this pattern without destroying the interlocutor. 8. Another outcome. What responds? Metaframe. Modes of application. How to unfold the technique itself. Humor, setup punchline, topic shift, positive reframing. What allows it to pass? Shifting attention allows one to avoid resistance and opens up new possibilities for perception and action. Continuation of the chain. Another outcome, redefining. In the book. Chapter 11, section Humanistic Utilization, Guru's Strategy. How to apply this pattern without destroying the interlocutor. 9. Model of the world. What responds? Metaframe. Modes of application. How to unfold the technique itself. Reference to authority, frame shift, cultural/professional. What allows it to pass? Using authorities reduces resistance as people tend to trust recognized figures. Continuation of the chain. Intention model of the world. You want what's best, but statistics say. In the book. Chapter 12, section Humanistic Utilization, Guru's Strategy. How to apply this pattern without destroying the interlocutor. 10. Reality strategy. What responds? Metaframe. Modes of application. How to unfold the technique itself. Questioning the source of knowledge, detailing sensory experience. What allows it to pass? Using facts and statistics makes arguing against a statement more complex, as they are perceived as objective and indisputable. Continuation of the chain. Reality strategy, chunking down, detailing facts. In the book. Chapter 13, section Humanistic Utilization, Guru's Strategy. How to apply this pattern without destroying the interlocutor. 11. Counterexample. What responds? Metaframe. Modes of application. How to unfold the technique itself. Searching for exceptions in the past, timeline. Searching for exceptions in others, modeling. Inversion, A does not lead to B. What allows it to pass? Counterexamples create cognitive dissonance, which can lead to a change in beliefs. Continuation of the chain. Counterexample reality strategy. How did you understand that? Was there a case when it wasn't like that? In the book. Chapter 14, section Humanistic Utilization, Guru's Strategy. How to apply this pattern without destroying the interlocutor. 12. Hierarchy of criteria. What responds? Metaframe. Modes of application. How to unfold the technique itself. Raising the level, from actions to values, comparing values, X is important, but Y is more important. What allows it to pass? Appealing to supervalues allows one to bypass rational objections and impact the interlocutor's motivation. Continuation of the chain. Intention hierarchy of criteria. You want peace? What do you want peace for? For harmony. In the book. Chapter 15, section Humanistic Utilization, Guru's Strategy. How to apply this pattern without destroying the interlocutor. 13. Apply to self. What responds? Metaframe. Modes of application. How to unfold the technique itself. On oneself, self-irony. On the interlocutor, attack. On the group, do we match up ourselves? What allows it to pass? This pattern creates internal discomfort that is hard to ignore, as it draws attention to personal incongruence. Continuation of the chain. Apply to self-metaframe. You say this because you're not sure. In the book. Chapter 16, section Humanistic Utilization, Guru's Strategy. How to apply this pattern without destroying the interlocutor. 14. Metaframe. What responds? The scheme does not fix a counter technique. Universal keys from D.2 work. Responses outside the list of 14. Utilizing any other linguistic trick, naming it, returning to here and now. You say this because. What allows it to pass? The metaframe allows one to bypass resistance by changing the perception frame and creating new insights. Continuation of the chain. Metaframe intention. You say this too. But what you really want is. In the book. Chapter 17, section Humanistic Utilization, Guru's Strategy. How to apply this pattern without destroying the interlocutor. D.4. Modes of application and techniques outside the list of 14. You can utilize not only someone else's pattern but also your own. The same linguistic trick unfolds differently. Below are the modes documented in schemes 7 to 13, and those responses from schemes 1 to 6 and 14 that are not linguistic tricks. Modes of application of the pattern. Pattern modes in which it unfolds. Change frame size, shift in time, past/future, shift in position, I/you observer. Another outcome, humor, setup, punchline, topic shift, positive reframing. Model of the world, reference to authority, frame shift, cultural/professional. Reality strategy, questioning the source of knowledge, detailing sensory experience. Counterexample, searching for exceptions in the past, timeline, searching for exceptions in others, modeling, inversion, A does not lead to B. Hierarchy of criteria, raising the level, from actions to values, comparing values, X is important, but Y is more important. Apply to self on oneself, self-irony, on the interlocutor, attack, on the group, do we match up ourselves? Responses that are not linguistic tricks. This is a separate layer of tools. They are worth knowing but should not be confused with the 14 patterns. They work not by shifting the focus of attention, but through breaking the pattern, evasion, or referring to an external source. Technique named response to. Paradox, intention. I want good for you, paradox. By killing me. Intention. Utilizing any other linguistic trick, naming it, metaframe. Returning to here and now. You say this because metaframe.